whenever I come and visit the preserve after not being here for a week or two, this is always the first place I drive. I'd go step out on this wall and kind of take in the river, and I still have these little small moments that just like put everything in perspective, and I'm like, this is real. Since I had the dream of having my property 10, 15 years ago, you know, the fact that we're sitting here on the Mississippi River, it still gets me, yes. Coming off playing a 1,100-foot par 5, I love that you come here, and if the wind's down, I'll actually rip my mid-range pretty hard on this one, but if we got the headwind like right now, I'll club up to driver, but yeah. I wanted a very defined line, but I wanted it to be super rough off the fairway because this hole is only 270, so I wanted to make it so the line is super defined. I knew that forehanders would be able to pull it off with some kind of technical right-handed forehands, and then backhands. I really like the shot shape. You gotta just force the hyzer on a nice flippy disc and kind of just let it flip up. The play for me is kind of just to get to 20, 25, 30 left and play to get that birdie putt. But I mean, I just want to keep creating more balance on this track. I enjoy building courses. I love designing courses. I enjoy running events. It's so gratifying. It's the most rewarding thing that I could do personally. Never once did I think this could fail. If you believe in something strongly enough, it's gonna work, and if you're passionate about it and willing to put in more time than you could imagine it would take. I just had faith that we were doing the right thing, that what we were building is something that people that I could relate to could enjoy, and it just didn't seem that far-fetched to me personally.
And hey folks, welcome back here to Tournament Central as we continue to bring you coverage of the 2023 Preserve Championship powered by Prodigy Disc out in Clearwater, Minnesota at the Airborn Preserve Black Bear course. Of course, we had FPO play earlier today, and that has now wrapped up, but we are about to kick off our MPO action here for opening day. Again, I am Dustin Murray, and again, joined with me is Brian Earhart. And of course, Brian, we have to kick off the conversation about MPO with Gannon Buhr. Of course, he is fresh off his win at the Des Moines Challenge, giving him his third win on the tour this season, next to his win at the Open at Austin, as well as a win at a silver event at the Blue Ridge Championship in April. So already collecting some big titles and perhaps looking for another one, as we got to hear from him a little bit earlier.
There's like a fine line of if you can be aggressive or not, and for me that depends on the week, on how I'm feeling. So if my throwing doesn't feel good, it's not worth it to go aggressive. And I feel like that's where a lot of players find issues. Maybe they have everything it takes, or they have the shots but they're not consistent enough with it. It kind of just depends on situation. Maybe you have a headwind on a hole that is already playing hard. It's really not even worth going for at that point. So it kind of just depends. I'm a very situational player where I almost never throw the same disc in the tournament as I do in practice if the conditions are different. I'm not really one that will throw the same disc on a different angle. I'll just throw a different disc on the same angle. So that way I don't have to play with the angles too much.
And again, already a lot of success this year for Buhr with his 3 wins, as well as a couple of podium finishes at the OTB Open and the Music City Open. Has been consistently in or near the top 10 all year. Currently ranked 4th in the UDIS World Rankings and is number 2 in our DGPT standings, Brian. Obviously we talked about Kristen Tatar and her consistency. And while Gannon Buhr maybe doesn't have quite as many trophies under his belt this year, he has certainly been such a crazy contender at such a young age. Again, a player that seems to play more mature than what his age would tell you. What are you looking forward to out of Gannon Buhr here in our opening round?
Well, what I loved hearing from him earlier in the week was that he's a situational player. That's what he calls himself. And pretty much to me, what that says is I'm not going to subscribe to a label of myself as a player. I'm not going to say I'm the player that doesn't lay up, I always go for it. I'm not going to say that I'm always going to be the player that does lay up or plays a safe or conservative style. He knows that he can play aggressive if he needs to. He knows he can play conservative if he needs to. And this prevents him from having those self-fulfilling prophecies to try to keep up some sort of image. He's allowing himself to evolve naturally as an athlete. And to me, that helps him sink deeper into the present moment and perform the way he's supposed to perform and actually let all that practice and training pay off for him. So it's no surprise to me that he's having these types of results, and I just love when a young player lets you in on where his head is at and all the little things that he's learning physically and mentally.
Yeah, he's one of those players that if he can get a hot start, he is very hard to catch. He's currently sitting number 3 on the season in birdie percentage at nearly half of his holes being birdies, which is incredible. And he's also leading the field in Circle 2, putting at 40%. So a guy that seems to just be dangerous from range and has a lot of confidence in his game. Another guy who has a lot of confidence despite just coming off of injury, of course, is going to be Eagle McMahon. Of course, just 4 weeks ago at the Portland Open, he had to pull out, and he was pretty silent on social media after that, outside of just letting folks know that he was going to be consulting his orthopedic doctor and he was going to be kind of evaluating things going forward. Apparently he seems like he's ready to go. Prior to his injury, he was off of a Silver Series win at the Beaver State Fling and a top 5 at the Cascade Challenge. And we did get to hear a little bit from him at the press conference, though he was a little bit kind of shrouded in mystery. Let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, I won't go into too much detail about it, but it definitely something after the round one definitely happened that I knew it would not have been smart to continue playing. And I know my shoulder at this point, and I just figured that it would be about 2 to 3 weeks before I could play again. Was hoping to play last week, but I unfortunately got sick. So non-shoulder related, but I'm here now. I would say I'm back to about where I was before Portland. So what you've been seeing is kind of what you're going to expect from me. I was throwing 600-foot shots out there today, and a little forehand here and there, but honestly, this course doesn't really call for too much forehand. So honestly, I feel like I'm back to what I kind of once was.
Certainly good to hear that from McMahon, as if he is back to where he once was, that's going to be pretty good because, of course, he had some big finishes this year already, coming second at our first major at Champions Cup, as well as second at Jonesboro, and a 6th-place finish at the Open at Austin. Again, he already has a Silver Series win on the season. Maybe the forehand isn't quite as potent as it used to be, but his backhand looks sharper than ever, and his putting is still very much present. Brian, do you have any concerns about Eagle's return here today, or do you feel like we should see him, doing just fine?
I can never doubt Eagle McMahon. I mean, after he went to the European Open last year, after barely playing any disc golf, and wins a major while having the confidence to throw a 390-foot lefty backhand in tournament in front of the gallery. I mean, this is a phenomenal athlete, another generational talent. We haven't seen someone like Eagle McMahon since he came on the scene back all those years ago. So no, we can't count him out whatsoever. I personally, and this is just maybe a selfish take as a talking head in the sport of disc golf, I love watching him evolve a new part of his game. Have to take reps away from the forehand, put extra reps into the backhand, learn how to move the disc left to right, learn more hyzer flip lines. I mean, it is just fascinating to watch him play the game with a new lens, and you can see him learning constantly. I think even he's mentioned that he's kind of enjoyed the process of throwing more backhands, where before he used to just lean on the sidearm and take reps away. So I'm looking forward to see him play spectacular disc golf again. Whenever he's on fire, it is captivating to watch. But he's got a lot of competition this year. There's a lot of people that had to watch him on camera winning tournament after tournament, and they had to mold their game in a way to beat him. So let's take a look this week.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how Eagle performs, fresh off of injury. Again, he's had some success this year. He's also had a couple of shaky events, so really not quite sure what to expect. We certainly know he has the ceiling to be a contender this weekend, and certainly we hope that he gets to play to the best of his abilities and not have any sort of injury limit him. Now, we have a little bit more to talk about after the break. Of course, Calvin Heimberg is another big name that's going to be on the list today. We'll get to speak a little bit more about Calvin, as well as some of the other competition MPO this weekend after a short break.
What's up, everybody? My name's Kevin Jones, and the brand new disc to my lineup is the Feedback. The Feedback is a stable fairway driver, so it's going to be pretty straight out of your hand and then has a nice dependent finish to the left at the end. One of the great things about the Feedback is that it's for all skill levels. I'm really excited about this new disc in my lineup. Go check it out at prodigydisc.com.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
And folks, welcome back here at Tournament Central as we have to talk about Mr. Consistent himself, Brian. Of course, that is Calvin Heimberg. And the reason why I say that is that he has finished in the top 10 or better in 12 of the 13 events he has played on tour this year. 9 of those were podium finishes, including the most recent event he played, the Des Moines Challenge, and he currently still sits at number 1 in the UDisc World Rankings as well as number 1 in the DGTP points. I mean, is there another player you can even put up there in contention for number 1 the way Calvin's been playing?
Tournament like Kristin Tattar has in the FPO division, but he's won multiple times in a division that is probably overall tougher than it's ever been. We've had so many unique winners on tour, I guess in both divisions you could say, but Calvin in particular has just attacked every course the way he's supposed to. Like he said in the presser, he doesn't necessarily feel like his game has changed at all. He's not stepping up to these tee pads with a new lens or some sort of new strategy or skill that he's developed. He's just got more confidence, and that just comes with time. And to me, when he says my game is not any different than last year, that means he's not necessarily capped, but he's happy. He's happy with where he's at as a player, and now he just gets to sink deeper into the side of focus and execution. And the person who's been speaking about that all season is Kristin Tattar, who's won 7 events already. So if Calvin's at that same place where he can just stop worrying about learning new things and just sink into the execution side, that's scary. There's a lot of players that wish they could be in that position.
You know, I will say one thing, Brian, and I don't know if you would agree to this or not, but the one thing that I feel like I have noticed just from the eye test watching Calvin play this year is it's not like he didn't have a forehand before. It was always serviceable. But I would say he stepped up his forehand game this year. It seems a lot more powerful, and he seems like he gets a lot more use out of it off of the tee. Do you kind of notice that yourself following him throughout the season? Because I feel like that's a big weapon he's added to his game.
Yeah, you know, I've played multiple tournament rounds with Calvin, and I've seen him throw phenomenal forehands, and I really just think it's confidence. I think it's just him feeling more comfortable throwing harder. I don't think he's learned a special technique in the forehand. I think he's just been breaking it out in tournament more and getting those confident reps in front of a gallery, in front of cameras, and sometimes it's hard to want to break out a new skill that you're still working on when it matters most, but clearly he's done that enough, and this is his breakout year. And he's clearly solidified himself as the best in the world. If I had to choose a player to be my doubles partner right now, that's obviously the person that I'd be choosing. So I think the forehand has just been a natural progression over time.
That is fair enough, as whatever it is, it's working because he is top 5 in almost every metric outside of some of the putting stats, and again, has finished in the top 10 or better in 12 of the 13 events he's played so far on tour. And of course, he's not so far removed from the incredible season he had last year, so he really seems to be hitting his stride. Another player that's really starting to gain even more traction this year is, of course, Isaac Robinson. I mean, this is a guy who kind of had his splash, last year, I would think, when he had, of course, the big finish at Idlewild and, kind of started putting his name on the map, had some podium finishes here and there as well. But, he has continued to be a consistent contender this season. He is fresh off of a second-place finish at the Des Moines Challenge. I think at this point, Brian, he's also proven that he is not just a shot shape expert in the woods or just a really sharp putter. He has also now competed in these more open courses and has still been able to put up some fantastic results. I mean, what can you say about Isaac Robinson at this point? I mean, I just feel he is more than proven that he is someone to look out for to potentially win any weekend?
Yeah, anywhere across the country now. And again, he's proven himself to be a very consistent champion and someone that has the ceiling to put together the scores to shoot a 1060, 1070 rated weekend. And now out in the open, I don't think his distance is that shabby. I mean, I think honestly, if you're capping about 500 feet, that's way farther than I think people realize. That's plenty to dissect some of these par 4s and par 5s and give yourself some of these really easy looks at the basket. You don't necessarily have to be throwing as far as Anthony Barella if you want to be scoring out here on almost any course on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. So for him, it's just keeping it in balance, keeping the confidence high. And what I like about his game is, yeah, he has the nice hyzer flip game in the woods, but he can throw those really stubborn discs that have a lot of torque resistance and just get them down the fairway. And then he lets his Circle 2 and Circle 1 putting do the talking from there. Obviously, one of the best Circle 2 putters of the season, but also the one weakness that I saw, he's been missing a lot of 20-25 footers this season, and he's mentioned it. So if he just cleans those up, that's the few strokes per round that he can get back and take down a tournament anywhere.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the rest of his season will play out, because while he had a slow start, he wound up obviously securing his first major title at the Champions Cup, and then from there he's been kind of full steam ahead, finding some podium finishes shortly afterwards at Jonesboro and OTB, and top 5 at Portland, and now he's doing the second place at Des Moines, and now we look forward to seeing what he can do at the Preserve. But that's going to do it right now for some of our talk on the Preserve side of things. We do need to kind of catch up with what's been going on over in Europe. After the break, we'll give you a little bit of an update on the MPO action for the Swedish Open.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
So, folks, we need to catch you up on what's going on the Euro Pro Tour at the Swedish Open. We had Paul Macbeth and Niklas Antila tied for the lead up until the final hole, as you're seeing some of their highlights right now. However, a double bogey and a single bogey left them in ties for 4th and 2nd place, respectively. Meanwhile, leading the charge is a Swede, kind of trying to defend his home turf, Dennis Augustin, who is going to be at the top of the league card heading into day number 2 of the Swedish Open. Just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on what's going on across the pond, but now we shift our focus back over here to the Black Bear course at the Airborne Disc Golf Preserve out in Clearwater, Minnesota. And we've had plenty of course changes take place to the layout this year for our competitors to add some challenge, as well as, add a little bit of new spice with some wooded shots and things of that nature. But one of the really cool things we saw this year, of course, was the big change to hole number 14. Brian, why don't you kind of walk me through what this hole has evolved into for our 2023 season?
Sometimes 2 holes combined together just miraculously form a perfect hole, so to speak. Something really enjoyable that doesn't need a lot changed. And when you go back to that section of the course back in the corner down alongside the Mississippi, that original par 3, 370 feet off that beautiful built-up tee pad, that was a cool hole in itself, and a lot of players enjoyed it, but now they've combined it with the par 4 after that to make a 1,000-plus foot par 5. You have to throw a drive that probably gets up to where the basket normally would be for that par 3, and now you have to get over the creek. Now you have to get back downhill inbounds and set yourself up to finally throw that approach to the tricky green up there on the hill. There's OB on the left side, there's OB in the creek. If you go into the woods on the right side and you're not in the river, you're scrambling from a really tough position. This is a very challenging hole, and a lot of players are giving it respect. I heard from Ricky Wysocki, Eagle McMahon. This hole will likely not get 3'd on the weekend despite being 1,000-plus feet. We'll see. We have some big bombers. There's a section above, forward of the FPO tee pad that you can get to. There is OB surrounding it, but if someone does happen to get up there, there's an opportunity to go for a huge shot to get yourself into Circle 2. I cannot wait to see how the players attack it this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's really been cool to see these two holes combined into a hole that now requires a lot of different decision-making, and it kind of lets the player be creative. And, again, lots of hurdles that you have to leap along the way there to try to secure your birdie. I know it's a hole that's been, given the FPO field a little bit of trouble at times, and we'll see how the MPO challenges it. But we also get to hear a little bit of insight from the course designer himself, who kind of made this all possible. Of course, that's Kale LaVisca.
Fun is what we're going for, that balance. And I think with these changes that we've made, the scores will be a little bit higher. This course, like similar to Des Moines last week, is very wind dependent. So when the wind gets up, even like it is right now, about 10 miles an hour, it just raises the scores. But if it really gets going like it can out here, right on the river, shooting 6-7 under par is a great score. But if it's nice and calm, a lot of these holes are still very birdieable. And I think scores will definitely be in the double digits if it gets calm. But yeah, I think the changes that we made will definitely make it a little tougher.
And here are some early scores for the course. We got James Conrad in the clubhouse at a 13 under par. Grady Shue and Ty Love also putting up double digits before stepping off the course. And we can see Sullivan Tipton, Jake Wolf, and a couple of others on pace to perhaps do the same before they step off the course. We'll give you our final thoughts on the action for MPO before we send you off to the live action. But first, we got to take a short break.
Prodigy has finally launched the Team Prodigy Player Store.
It's got hand-picked discs.
You're also going to find some sweet apparel.
All the discs I've chosen are my favorite discs.
Be sure to go check it out and keeps us on the road.
There's something about sand that reminds us of ourselves. What were once great stones have been ground down over years and years into something so small. But sand also shows us that everything we do matters, and that together, even our smallest actions can create great dunes. Because little by little, a little becomes a lot.
Before we kick you over to the live action out on the course, we wanted to highlight a couple more players we wanted to keep our eyes on going into the Preserve Championship. And, of course, one player we have to talk about is Ricky Wysocki. Of course, Ricky had to spend a large part of the early season kind of sitting on the sidelines due to health complications, something he's been kind of dealing with on and off for some time now. However, since returning to the tour, we saw him find a top 10 finish at the Portland Open as well as at the Dynamic Disc Open, and he came in the top 20 at Des Moines. So it seems to be kind of getting back into shape. We were able to get to talk to Ricky Wysocki before this event, and so let's hear what he had to say.
I'm feeling all right. Wrist is not, I wouldn't say 100%, but yeah, it's just the ebbs and flows of playing a long season, and Yeah, so it's definitely not great right now. For me, it's never really been an injury that's affected by overuse. So that's kind of the weird part. So I can get out here and play as long as the pain doesn't affect my throw, which it does a little bit, but it's not too bad. And so it's just kind of playing through pain, which is a bummer. But I feel like I've got the game to where I play really well out here. So I want to be out here and try to keep my game in a good spot to where I feel like I have a chance to win, because I really like this course.
Yeah, I mean, again, we know that Ricky has the complete game to be good out here. He's got the distance. He's got, the forehand and the backhand. His putting is strong when he's on point. He can definitely hit them from circle 2 pretty regularly. And he's had, a couple of top 10, top 20 finishes here recently, but hasn't been able to get an elite win. He did have a Silver Series win, though, earlier this season. I believe that was at the Cascade Challenge. Coming into this, and just based on what you're hearing from his press conference where, maybe he's not quite feeling 100%, where do you kind of put him at as far as what you think he might be able to accomplish today?
Yeah, so this is just me speculating off of what I heard from the conversation I had with him at the press conference. Just tired, just frustrated. That's at least what I could feel, and I think it's something that we can't necessarily control, especially him. So I think this week he's just trying to put up some good numbers. He's just trying to stay healthy, play some good golf. He says he still feels very confident in his game, but it's just you have to adjust to kind of playing around something rather than just playing freely. And that's just something that as an elite athlete and a champion, he's no slouch, and obviously he's going to be able to work through it. And I still think the hot numbers can come through this weekend. The course is not overwhelmingly long.
Right. He currently sits 23rd in the DGP point standing, so definitely, online for the playoffs, but would certainly like to increase his position. He's been doing really well, top 10 birdie percentage on the season. He's also second in circle 2 putting, so he's definitely still got that going for him. I just feel like at times he has had some struggles with the C1X putting. I think he's even kind of talked about that a little bit. And I think it's just also, trying to deal with these health complications. It's an on and off thing, as you said, nothing that really anyone can do about it. He's trying to do his best to stay healthy, do whatever type of rehab or, he's doing what he can, right? And I think at this point just have to kind of hope for the best, and I think that's what he's trying to do as well. And one final player that we'll kind of talk about is going to be Simon Lizotte. Now, he entered into the Des Moines Challenge after a bit of a break as a defending champion. He winds up with the 7th place finish. Of course, he took the scene by storm, being our most improved player of 2022 with 4 wins. And we've obviously seen him kind of pivot into a safer playing style, I guess you could say. I mean, I think the injury really kind of shifted his mentality on what type of player he wanted to be able to do this longer and to have a more fulfilling career. And he seems to be playing some of his best disc golf ever, and that's something that come out of his own mouth. That's not just my opinion, that's what he believes. So what do you think about his chances coming into this event after having a pretty solid finish at DMC, as well as some pretty good finishes as well at Portland?
Yeah, honestly, when I think about DMC, I think of that top 10 finish, and I saw a lot of simple mistakes get made. So I think if he can just come up here with a little bit more focus and take care of the things that he needs to take care of, like the short putts, some of the approach shots, and some of the more stock tee shots, he can make up that handful of strokes and easily take first place. I mean, it's impressive when you can have not a crisp weekend and get 7th. So I easily think a victory can happen out here at the Preserve. Anything can happen out here. I actually heard from Aaron Gossage. He mentioned that he thinks 40 under par for 3 rounds is going to be the winning score.
Well, heck, with Conrad already throwing a 13 under out there, I mean, I definitely don't think Gossage is too far off on that call. And, of course, we know Simon can win. He already took a win at the Music City Open, had a 2nd-place finish at the Open at Austin, so he's certainly plenty capable. This is a course that certainly suits his game. As we take a look at some of the scores here that we've had come in so far, there's definitely already a lot of work being done to the course. A lot of players are hitting a double-digit margin, are very near it, and we still have a few more cards left to go out and see what they can do on the Black Bear course. Brian Earhart, I appreciate you so much coming in here on Tournament Central to help me out. Again, I'm Dustin Murray. It's been fantastic hosting this pre-show for you for MPO, but now we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we will be live with our feature card in the commentary booth.
Kale, give me the bear, dude.
Good afternoon and welcome to Clearwater, Minnesota. Kel LaVisca invites us into his backyard for the Preserve Championship, powered by Prodigy. Everyone having a good time here at the Preserve. Happy clouds. Not even sure if clouds are in the sky. It's so gorgeous out here in Clearwater, Minnesota. All thanks to this man, Kel LaVisca, putting heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears, himself, his wife, his entire family, and everyone else, all so we can enjoy the Preserve. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside three-time world champ and future Hall of Famer in Nate Doss. Nate, we saw the happy clouds, we saw the Bob Ross, we saw people dressing up. Everyone loves being here at the Preserve, don't they?
Yeah, no question about it. First of all, they admire Kel LaVisca for what he's been able to do. To have a piece of property like this is something that we've all dreamt of, including you at home. You know, it's also being in Minnesota. The fandom of disc golf in Minnesota has been big ever since I first went there back in 2001. And there's just something about this part of the tour. You're in the Midwest. Things are really starting to go. We're at Kel's place. It's the Preserve Championship. It's going to be a great weekend.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible scores throughout the years. We've seen then when you perform well, when you finish out on 18, you also get the pleasure of maybe hoisting the bear, if you can, that is, because it's not an easy feat to do. Paige Pierce taking a look, maybe recognizing, like, this thing's heavy. Nico LaCastro excited, though, in our inaugural year of being here.
Little adrenaline right there.
And usually it's warm out there, so taking a little bit of a dip doesn't hurt either. 2021, Kristen Tatar held on to the bear for the first time. Ricky Wysocki destroyed the back half of the course to en route to victory in 2021. 2022, Paige hoisting it, and Bradley Williams on the 6-year anniversary of the first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour event. Bradley Williams wins again this year, not here to defend. He's already in Norway. We're going to take a look at our UDisc course close up at the Airborn Disc Golf Preserve's Black Bear course, rated 4.7 on UDisc. Welcome disc golfers from 38 states and 7 countries in 2022. People certainly making it a destination just outside of the Twin Cities. Par 67, plays a little over 10,000 feet. And we're excited to see that this year a few adjustments, a few changes to the course, and those are going to come into play. We'll see what that does to the overall scoring spread and to the challenge and the fun that's presented to our players. Discover over 14,000 courses. Go out and download UDisc, the app for disc golfers. UDisc also created right here in Minnesota. This is where our founders are from. Jake Wolf on 17. And, yeah, that's the common play for Jake Wolf. Overhand, whatever it takes. He's off to a great start today.
2-4, 3-4-1. 2-4, 3-4-1. Yep. And once you're in there, the order is going to be Kale,
do it, boys.
Simon,
Put on a show,
Kyle, and Alden.
Jake Wolf did go on to birdie there, 17. He's 10 under.
Oh, final note, I will be...
One more time. Kale,
Simon, Kyle. One final note for this card. I'll be the...
Kale and the rest of the crew getting final instructions. Kale's mom in the background.
Got it? Sure. Simon, for none or for all? Any questions before we send you up? No, thanks, Trevor. Thank you again for coming. Thanks, Cale, for making this a reality.
Excited to get our second to last card off and running.
We are about to
one of our
send
two feature cards here today. Looks like I'm going to send it
335
down. We're ready to
card.
go.
First up on the box, please welcome from Minnesota, Cale Leveska. Next up, from Germany, Simon Lazat. From Michigan, Kyle Klein. And from Georgia,
Klein fighting
Alden
left
Harris.
side OB. Wide right for Alden Harris off the tee of one. So Lazat and Leviska finding center fairway. The other two both with trouble. And with that, we're going to throw it down to our birthday boy, Brian Earhart. He's catching up with Cale Leviska.
Well, Terry, I couldn't ask for a better birthday present. I got Cale Leviska here on the ground after his tee shot lands and bounds on hole one. Cale, you got the Minnesota family here. You also have your own family here. You got your brother on the bag. How does it feel to have your family come out and share this dream with you?
It feels great. They've been supportive of me my whole disc golf career. My mom is probably one of the biggest disc golf fans in the world. So she's watching you guys on Disc Golf Network every weekend. It feels awesome. I mean, you heard the crowd. This is Friday. Kind of feels like it's got the energy of a Sunday crowd already. So I'm really not surprised, though. Minnesota always shows out, and I'm very proud to see it.
Well, you dropped one in bounds. Not too shabby. Good luck, man.
Thanks, Bri.
And there's the bear. Everyone is hoping to be able to etch their initials onto as our standing trophy. Looks beautiful. And yes, I often get messages from Cale's mom just saying how much she's enjoying the shows that Disc Golf Network puts on week in and week out. Just one of the biggest fans of disc golf, and we absolutely love to see it. Seen Cale's dad out there in years past, his mom walking along.
So we have Alden Harris way over here to the right. All inbounds over here on the right side of the fairway. It does make a longer second shot here for Harris. He has found this cut out for the spectators, so decent run up here for him. He does have to play back over out of bounds from this position.
That'll work. What a shot. Alden Harris next to the basket.
Yeah, Alden was able to use the tree near the basket and slowed him down perfectly. A little bit lucky there, but either way, easy drop-in birdie. Now, on the other hand, Kyle Klein went OB on the left side. That's the one mistake you really just can't make here on one. And I don't know if you noticed it, Terry, but he was wincing a little bit. I don't know if he slipped on the tee, but I was just noticing that. Maybe we'll have to see with Brian at some point. But, yeah, we'll see how Klein develops throughout the round.
Well, I know he has had some concerns of his back in the previous few months. And so if it were to be the case, although we see a near perfect approach there, if that were to be the case, I'll just tell you, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, he looks a little stiff right there to me, honestly. And so, again, we'll just watch that as that develops. Of course, Klein, a 100% Kyle Klein would be one of the favorites here this weekend, as this course would fit his game very nicely.
Short but makeable for LaVisca.
So if I were to be breaking down hole 18, I wouldn't be talking about an overhand off the tee. But Wolf, who is at 10 under today, puts it right in the middle of the fairway. Still way back, though. I mean, there's no way he can go for it, too, I don't think. Then again, you never know. Nice shot there from Simon Lizotte.
And what a round from James Conrad. Clean sheet, including ending with an eagle. A 13 under effort. Unofficially around 10:59 rated. Will likely drop somewhat throughout the day. And really, I guess my only question to you, Nate, is will we see them get past 13 under? It's a great score to set. Do you think we're going to get past it?
It's a very good score, and I think the fact that he's bogey-free is probably going to be one of the harder things, as even the good rounds today, these 10 unders have had bogeys on their cards. So nice play by James today. He was on the lead card last year, Terry, going into the final round.
Seeing a few of these highlights, so he clearly knows how to play well, and he'll tell you he really loves the shot shaping of a tight wooded course. Anytime he's often throwing a putter, in fact, and here he is throwing a putter on what is now deemed hole 13 this year, but clearly the wide open spaces don't hurt him either. Perform very well.
No, and they don't here at the Preserve, and specifically because there is still a lot of shot shaping that's required, even though the course is on an old traditional golf course. And so that's why we've seen James Conrad do so well. Also, some other statistical stuff from James this round today. He did finish with an eagle. We saw that on 18. He hit 91% of the fairways. He was perfect from C1X putting. He was 1 for 3 from C2. Overall, just a fantastic day. And, 61% hitting C1 in regulation.
LaVisca for birdie. Oh, and it scoops out on the left side. He's going to settle for par on one.
Introducing the F9, Prodigy's most understable fairway driver. The F9 is designed for beginners and lower arm speeds to get maximum distance, full flex flights, and effortless hyzer flips. A narrow rim makes it easy to grip for smaller hands. The F9, coming soon to ProdigyDisc.com.
When you first sign up for a PDJ membership, you're given a PDJ number. Your PDJ number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdj.com/join.
You want to play through?
It's parked.
There's something about sand that reminds us of ourselves. What were once great stones have been ground down over years and years into something so small. But sand also shows us that everything we do matters, and that together, even our smallest actions can create great dunes. Because little by little, a little becomes a lot.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
The Preserve Championship is powered by Prodigy. Unleash your potential. Welcome back. We have Garrett Gerthy, double G, now throwing his second shot on 18.
We saw in the picture-in-picture the second shot from Wolf, who threw another overhand. And that's Garrett Gerthy. That looked fantastic.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
An eagle here from Gerthy, Terry, would put him at 10 under par for the round. Tied with this man who, with a birdie, would move to 11.
Wolf, all overhands, all forehands.
He's playing a completely different sport. Wow.
And gets a roll away on the 18th green. If that would have checked up, it would have been probably twice as close, or half as far, however you want to call it. We'll take a look at our Arcana current conditions. Temperature is 83 degrees, just 38% humidity, which we'll take in the Midwest any day. Wind speed at 6 miles per hour coming out of the west.
I think you could just cover all that up with a big perfect stamp, Terry. That's perfect disc golfing weather here in the summertime in Minnesota.
Maybe also a little reprieve from the fact that no Canadian wildfires that they're experiencing that did blow through the area earlier in the week. And it actually hindered us a few years ago at this very event.
It did.
Klein had hit early and then approached to here. So this is to save par on hole number 2. Lazat for the cleanup. Now LaVisca. Put himself on the board. He's 1 under through 2. Alden Harris off to a great start. Back-to-back birdies. We'll stand down for just a moment in our final feature card at the Preserve Championship, about to tee off. We'll see that on the other side.
What's up, everybody? My name's Kevin Jones, and the brand new disc to my lineup is the Feedback. The Feedback is a stable fairway driver, so it's going to be pretty straight out of your hand and then has a nice dependent finish to the left at the end. One of the great things about the Feedback is that it's for all skill levels. I'm really excited about this new disc in my lineup. Go check it out at prodigydisc.com.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your Disc Golf warehouse with a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, and more. Everything you need for the game you love. Online or at our Minnesota store. Gotta Go, Gotta Throw.com, your disc golf warehouse.
Come on! Unbelievable. You missed that, you're going out of bounds easily.
He's going for the eagle in these conditions. He parked that.
And there it is. Look at that big beast.
Wolf for birdie doesn't connect.
I didn't recognize him.
Yes,
it wasn't
coming
an
off the wrong
overhand.
side of his body. Sullivan Tipton has a look to get to 10 under.
Yeah, this group is playing good collectively, no question. Oh, yes. What a putt from Sullivan Tipton. Nice round of 10 under par, tied for second currently. And Garrett Gerthy will have an opportunity for eagle here coming up, Terry, and that will put him to 10 if he's able to make it. So 3 guys in this group to get to 10 under potentially.
Double G with a bogey on the most difficult hole on the course, hole 6. That's been his only blemish. Double G sits 8 under, trying to close with an eagle, and he does.
And of the players that are at either 13 under or 10 under, only Jake Wolf and James Conrad did that bogey free. All the other guys had at least
All right,
one
everybody,
bogey.
please help me in welcoming our 355 feature card. First up on the tee from Scottsdale, Arizona, Ricky Wasaki.
low line drive, center fairway for Wysocki.
Next up from Safety Harbor, Florida, Calvin Heimberg.
And Heimberg will follow suit. Also a low line drive, even more distance. Oh, excuse me, a few feet short of Wysocki. Almost skipped past him. Isaac Robinson will come up short, but distance won't matter in this case. And also note the brand new teeing area found on hole 1. Looks absolutely gorgeous. That fights back to the short grass. Alden Harris trying to open with a turkey. Can he get his third in a row? Yes! What a start for Harris. Let's take a look at your keys to success out here, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, this is Kale LaVisca's place, and it is a shot maker's paradise. It's not just big hyzers and make circle one putts. It's throwing turnovers. It's throwing rollers. You need every shot in the bag. You also need precision off of the tee. Very critical to put yourself in proper position to give yourself a great look at making those birdies, which we know we're going to need a lot of. And of course, par 5 scoring. There are 4 par 5s on this 18-hole course. All of them great opportunities to make birdies. A few of them great opportunities to make eagles. So got to make birdies on the par 5s.
Simon doesn't convert, but now LaVisca has a chance to pick up his second birdie of the round. Not a problem.
So Terry, you know, as his final card was teeing off, I was just thinking in my head, boy, these are the top players in the world. And that's exactly true. Minus Eagle McMahon, who is currently sitting as the number 2 ranked player in the world. These 4 guys are the other top 5. And, you know, obviously you have Calvin Heimberg sitting up there at the top. Ricky's sitting in 3rd. Isaac in 4th and, Burr in 4th and Isaac in 5th. This card, you would expect all 4 of them to shoot well today with the good conditions. And, of course, that lays out well for some of the best players in the world.
I'm calling for a 36 under or better for the foursome.
Wow.
That's what I'm calling for. Don't let me down, boys.
Look at you. What's the over-under on that?
Good question, but I know that someone's going under par, and Gannon Burr right next to the basket. Eagle McMahon seems to be off to a slow start. We'll check in with his scorecard in a little while.
Yeah, currently Eagles played 7 holes, just 1 under with 1 bogey.
Robinson, bullseye hit. As you were just saying, just that 1 under, 2 birdies, the bogey on 3, which is maybe one of the most unlikely of the bogeys to get. Likely leaked out of the left side OB if I had to guess, but slow start for McMahon. Great to have him back. He said yesterday that he would have loved to come back and play last weekend in Des Moines, but then he got sick. He said it was a non-disc golf sickness or injury. He was just couldn't play due to being ill. So Great to have Eagle back. Here's Heimberg on the dance floor.
I'm going to be very interested to see how Ricky Wysocki plays today. You know, watching him in the press conference yesterday, he just looked a little tired's not the right word, but just a little bit sort of worn out. And I think it's because he was only able to get into the season just about a month ago, basically, and he's still trying to get his legs under him. Of course, Ricky's such an energy-based player that it'll be interesting to see how this front nine goes for Ricky.
Yeah, he certainly talked about still knocking off some of that rust.
Yeah.
That he's not quite in mid-season form. He might have fresher legs, but not quite perfectly in tune. Now Alden Harris after the perfect start. I'm liking where this is heading. Right to the catch cam. Now Corey Ellis. He's got a clean scorecard. He's 7 under through the first 10.
Corey Ellis has birdied the last 6 holes in a row. And that one's going to be out of bounds. That's a huge misstep there from Corey Ellis. Cannot be short on that hole. It's the one mistake he just cannot make. Here's Ricky. Went from closest to the pin to farthest from the pin. Still inside circle 1.
Little brush of the branch on his neck. It doesn't seem to affect him. Wysocki opens with a birdie. Either that or maybe it was the Bob Ross couple painting on the back of his neck. Probably felt like a paintbrush. Somewhat of what we'd expect. Hole 1 plays as the 15th most difficult, one of the easier holes out here. It's really not distance, isn't the challenge off the tee. Just a matter of accessing the green.
Yeah, I mean, really this whole course, none of it's that difficult. It's just about shot execution. You got to put yourself in position.
Lizotte on the tee of 4. A big shot for Lizotte, even so much that our catch cam didn't necessarily see it. Corey Ellis moves to a drop zone.
Yeah, this is the drop zone shot if you go out of bounds, and it's not an easy shot, but Corey made it look pretty easy there. Here's Kale, second shot.
Oh, this is just about to hit a tree, I was thinking. It was looking good. I thought he piped the gap. I really did.
So did he, Terry. So did he.
Wysocki on 2. Oh, good tree kick. Can it just hook up? Off another tree, kicks back to the basket. Wysocki playing pinball out here. Same tree. Okay. Wow.
Hole 2, dead straight, 318 feet. There is a double mandatory. The players, basically the first 2 trees, it's a double mandatory. You got to get through those, and then you just got to keep it straight the entire way. No more than a flip up mid-range or an overstable putter, something like that here on hole number 2.
Gannon hoping for that to flex back, but it gets caught up by a tree on the right side. So if he wants any chance at birdie, he's going to have to make one from way back. Alden Harris with his second shot on 4.
Harris was a little long of the gap, forced to go with a hyzer, and catches the inside tree. Looked like he kicked a little forward and to the left. Should have a decent chance of getting up and down. What a shot from Simon Terry. This is perfect position. Can he take advantage?
Just a standstill.
Yes, indeed. What a shot from Simon. Perfect.
As we hover over the fairway of 2, big thanks to our friends over at FlightFactoryDisc.com, helping provide our drone and aerial coverage throughout the season. Really no question as to if Burr's going to be aggressive with this. Does Alden have another long putt? That is a solid bid, but ending the birdie streak on hole number 4 isn't the worst thing.
Yeah, it's close to birdie. Honestly, 4 is playing as one of the more difficult holes today, the 5th most difficult. So it's a good par over there. And wow, Calvin Heimberg barely up and in, but it's a birdie.
Off one of the bumpers and then one of the flippers there to finally then kick it in for the birdie. Wysocki trying to take advantage. Gannon, the only one left out of the birdie party. LaVisca outstretched. Get this little nose up jab at it. Lizotte for birdie inside the circle, and he converts. Great start, 3 for 4. Hole number 3, pretty straightforward, wouldn't you say, Nate?
Well, it certainly is straight, but there's nothing straightforward about it. It is 408 feet for our competitors, and the one place that you can't make the mistake where a lot of players end up kind of finishing here on 3 is to the left. There is an out of bounds line. You can see it on the map there on our screen. Playing today as the 13th most difficult hole, it's essentially a 50-50 hole. We've seen about 50% birdies, 50% pars, and just a small percentage of bogeys. So certainly a must-get for players of this caliber. Ricky just overplaying that one. And again, there's 2 ways to attack here on hole number 2. You can go overstable like Ricky just tried, riding that right side, trying to bring it back late. Or you can go understable or straight and try to just play it directly at the basket. Both ways work, just depends on disc selection.
This is coming in deep for Heimberg. It's going to be past the basket. It checks up safe. One thing that I noted as Ricky was walking back to his bag, you saw him kind of adjusting his wrist. He was putting his other hand on it and waving it around. So his wrist might be bothering him.
Yeah, that's been the wrist that's been the problem since way back at the All-Star event to start the season. So this is that straighter play, but not enough pop on it. He's going to come up short. Inbounds though. The OB is about 50, about 50 feet to the left here.
Over the years, I've just seen too many mid-ranges come floating in perfectly at this basket.
Yeah. And I like with the slight left to right wind, I really do think that this kind of flip-up play is the best play. Gannon's got it on a fantastic line. And that's exactly what he just did. He floated in that mid-range, Terry, 408 feet, basically threw it 408. Great shot from Gannon Burr.
Because I had the tournament juice to just go in.
Gannon Burr might consider this a spicy run. Going after it on hole number 3, just trying to float it right in. You could float yourself into a Halal Guys location. Just head on out to the halalguys.com. Do a quick search, find the location near you, go and support them, pick up a combo pack, as they've been supporting disc golf throughout the entire season. And now we're going to head over to Alden Harris.
This is Alden Harris on the new 5th for birdie. A 4 for 5 start for Alden Harris. Hole number 5, brand new. We'll see it in just a few moments. Featured card. Nice bounce back tee shot there from Corey Ellis. Great position.
Grabs some metal, but short to the elevated pin.
Ricky catching a little bit of foliage as he came out of the woods, kicking it a little bit too far to the left. So he's going to have a long par putt.
Man, there's what I was referring to with Wysocki. Not necessarily that anything's wrong, but the fact that he is already touching it and cognizant of it does raise a question or two.
I mean, first and foremost, we just hope he's okay. You know, you can kind of see it in his eyes. He's definitely concerned about it, that just in that little view that we watched. So here's the par putt back up the hill outside circle 1.
That was just low right out of his hand. Never really gave it a chance.
With that bogey there on 3, Ricky Wysocki joins just 2 other players today to make bogey on 3.
I believe we said, was an Eagle McMahon one of them?
Yes, it was, Terry. And as you mentioned, Eagle did go out of bounds off the tee shot.
Heimberg makes it look easy. A dejected Wysocki will move over to 4. Now Corey Ellis on 12 with his second shot.
Oh, yes. Corey got up and over that big ridge line. And beautiful speed from Ellis. Should be an opportunity for birdie. There's our top 10 leaderboard. All in the clubhouse here.
Did you say our top 10s leaderboard?
That's true.
10 seems to be a magic number. And James Conrad has to be feeling good about being 3 clear of all the other hottest scores that are in the clubhouse.
Oh, yeah. He's feeling good, Ter. I promise you that. And he's probably sitting back relaxing right now, getting some nice R&R. As he'll have a late tee time tomorrow. The youngster out of Oregon, Ty Love, right there in the middle of the top 10s, as you mentioned.
Grady Shue having a good day for himself.
Yeah,
Great
you
to
know,
see.
it's interesting. Grady Shue, he's unranked in our world rankings because he just hasn't played on the Pro Tour. Grady, just playing more regionally and taking care of their young child. So him and Paige Shue. So it's great to see Grady shoot that round. It was a 1 bogey 10. That's fantastic. Very similar to where we saw Auden Harris. And he is a little bit long of the gap here on 4.
Nice big turnover shot we just saw there from Robinson. Now Gannon Burr. Oh, that's tight for Burr. Oh, and it gets smacked down immediately. Out of every competitor we've seen today, MPO or FPO, everyone has made it out of the gap without a problem. Burr, the first to connect. That should take Birdie out of play. Right now, he'll be playing for a par. Wysocki hoping to bounce back after the bogey. We'll see how that sets him up. We'll be back in a moment.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Yeah, baby, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Your dynamic disc open champion, Parker Wells!
Welcome back as our final feature card of the day, making their way down hole number 4, getting into position.
So just to the left of that grouping of trees we see right here in the middle is the gap that heads back to the basket. Over here on your left is where you see Calvin Heimberg. Ricky lined up beautifully in the gap. He's going to have to go for a little bit of a flex.
That looks great because it is. Wysocki inside the circle.
And I think with Ricky, as we're talking about the injury, it's just about taking your time. You know, Ricky's such an energy guy, plays very quickly, is always moving. I think he just needs to take his time, take each shot for what it is, and then hopefully gain a little bit of momentum. Of course, we know how momentum makes injuries feel. Sometimes it makes them feel like they go away. So just keep a close eye on Ricky. That was a beautiful shot. Now, I want to go to Brian. Brian, is there any chance that Calvin Heimberg has an angle here?
There is. It's a pretty technical forehand. He's going with a fairway driver. He's going to put it on a little anhyzer and hope it flattens right as he gets to the mouth of the fairway.
Exactly as Brian described it. It looks like it's going to filter out on that right, what will be the right side of the basket. Not sure he's going to have a clean look from there, but he got through 98% of what he needed to get past.
It's almost like he was listening to Brian. That was beautiful execution. I mean, at the end of the day, to be up by the pin is exactly what you want. You don't want to get caught up in these early trees and try to scramble. Boy, this group is making it look easy, Terry.
Oh, and it actually skips underneath Wysocki's and then carries past it by a few inches. Alden Harris now on the tee of 6 after such a great start. Does he keep it rolling? Oh, and somehow it filters out and gets a kick. It is Alden Harris day out at the Preserve at the moment. If you have a good enough day, I'm pretty sure they name an ice cream after you out there. So, something to shoot for.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, Alden being from the south, I'm thinking some kind of pecan, salted pecan kind of thing. I think would be pretty good for Alden Harris. That was the third shot from Ganneberg.
Yeah, really with that tee shot, the best he could hope for would have been a par, and that's what it looks like he's going to line up.
Yeah.
So job well done in terms of the scramble and the recovery.
Yeah, I mean, and not enough. Of course, we were in break when he threw the shot, but not enough really to talk. Should be said about how perfectly he positioned that layup. Made that third shot very easy.
This is a long birdie look for Corey Ellis.
Yeah, and this is on 13. He did go on to birdie 12, which was where we saw his tee shot and second shot. So he was just a tap in for birdie on 12 and then a par here on 13.
Wow, and Calvin does still have a look. I thought he'd have even more obstruction, but looks like he's going to go with an anhyzer around the left side of a few of these final spindly trees. You don't often see Calvin outstretched to his left too far. And then he pulls it to the right. Which, after that happens, you always say to yourself, how did I just miss right? You're leaning out left. You're worried about the, the tree on the right. And then you still miss the basket to the right.
Yeah, it's just an overcorrection. And you're like, boy, had I just put it normally, I probably would have made it.
Wysocki for birdie. Cans it.
Yes, great putt. High in the change for Ricky.
Well, that's a great bounce back after the bogey on 3.
Robinson looking for a 4 for 4 start.
Unreal.
Not sure how that happened.
Oh, we're gonna see that in slow-mo, Terry. I guarantee it.
Wow.
Wow, that was high in the chains. Oh, my goodness. We're floored here in the booth. Burr for his par. Oh, my goodness. It turned sideways and I think just kind of rolled out the back.
And I'm going to say it might have come in a little bit high, but by all accounts at first glance, that looked like a solid putt that we all assumed was going to stick. And really, we know Isaac can't rethink anything. He threw a great putt. Sometimes it just doesn't stay.
And even Bird's going, how?
What happened?
The thing, too, is about these Prodigy baskets is they have that inner cage of chain. And somehow, let's take a look at it here.
It is a tad high.
But it went through the back, Terry. It went through the back. That's falling out the back of the basket. Folks, we've seen it all here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. I think this is the first time. Wow. Crawls through that inner cage of chain.
A couple sets of chain.
Yeah, and the way they've kind of got it formed up in there. You know what? As I always say, Terry, that's disc golf.
Well, Isaac cannot be mad with the effort. He can be a little disappointed, but not much he could change about that putt. And we'll see how he keeps rolling. Now Alden Harris, who seems to have all the luck in the world and then some, looks to be getting all the way up to the pin if he's turning the catch cam around right there.
Ooh, yeah, circle one.
Unbelievable. Here we are on 5.
Great shot there from Ricky. 5, just 275 feet. This is the newest hole here at the Preserve.
And truly one of the most significant changes that we've seen. And Calvin just threw, but I want to throw it out to Brian. Brian, talk about this hole and really how it presents itself as the new hole for 2023.
Well, I talked to Cale about this hole, and despite it being 275 feet, it's got a little bit of challenge. Cale had told me earlier in the week that he thinks woods golf is important, and technical short woods golf is important on the Disc Golf Pro Tour as a balance to all the big distance that we seem to be seeing these days. And he said the shot on this hole is either that nice technical sidearm flex, or if you are going backhand, you can't go too straight and flat. You have to push something with a little bit of hyzer that stands up as it rides left. And he says he personally just plays the hole for a 20-footer. And, yeah, it's just a fun little hole that kind of cuts the fat with all the distance that we do see off a lot of these tee shots.
Well, appreciate the insight, Brian, as we take a look at the overview of just some of the Preserve. I know there's been expansion. And then if you came out here during the rest of the year, you'd actually see multiple courses set up and different course configurations. This Black Bear setup is specific for the Disc Golf Pro Tour, but you could come out here and play a multitude of layouts and different courses, and Cale's continuing to work and grow and expand on just that. Now, Corey Ellis.
This is the tee of the brand new 14th hole, which is a combination of what was 13 and 14 from last year's Preserve Championship. It's now a par 5, playing as the second most difficult hole.
Wow, and another friendly tree bounce playing off the backboard. Playing as a backboard there for Heimberg. And we saw the shot by Harris. And it looks like he's going to be inside the circle, lining up another look for birdie. At this point, I feel like he could just close his eyes and throw, and it's just going to go right wherever it needs to go. Nice work by Harris.
Yeah.
Right side corner pocket for Gannon Burr. It drops.
The only player today, Terry, that did something similar, as we've seen a replay here from Gannon.
That one stays in.
Yeah. Similar to what we just saw from Alden Harris was Noah Meitzma. And Noah went on to birdie the first 5 holes and then parred hole number 6. And Noah finished at 10 under par today. So Alden Harris certainly looking good. Ricky Wysocki picking up yet another birdie. I guess Isaac said, well, just put it right next to the basket.
Yeah. I'll make it easier on myself and just dump it in. Heimberg in for the par. Second shot by Lizotte.
Yeah.
Oh, and that is perfect.
I mean, what a tee shot, first and foremost.
Lizotte looking to pick up a birdie. More action on the other side of this break.
Prodigy has finally launched the Team Prodigy Player Store.
It's got hand-picked discs. You're also going to find some sweet apparel.
All the discs I've chosen are my favorite discs.
Be sure to go check it out and keeps us on the road.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
I just got my hands on the Neutron Watt, a great new offering from MVP.
It's really reliable in the sense that you can throw it straight and it holds that straight line, but also even ripping it on Annie, you can get it to kind of gently pan, but it still has that nice glide even if you throw it on any sort of angle. It feels like the most happy hybrid between a putter and a mid, dead straight and neutral, exactly what you want.
Look at it for shots in the woods, ones that need to go dead straight through a gap and then never move and just finish right to the basket. Great approach disc for all types of players. I can't see anybody not loving the Watt.
Welcome back. Alden Harris on the tee of 7.
Alden just got through the very difficult stretch of 4, 5, 6, and now he's put himself in circle 1 on 7. Harris looking to have a career day here, round 1.
Well, just riding what feels like some of that momentum from last weekend at Des Moines.
No
as he was
question.
closing that out. Here's Corey Ellis. This is flipped up and heading for trouble on the right side.
We've seen lost discs over there. That's where the Mississippi River is. There's the out of bounds. All kinds of questions for Ellis.
A wind bounce, which knocked it down perfectly. This is heading right to the pin and deep. Still inside the circle, but deep for Lizotte on 7. definitely a birdie look. You see the red tee pad down here. And a very narrow corridor.
So close. Hole number 6, playing as the most difficult hole today. And really, on average, since we saw it added to this course, it's been the most difficult. Averaging about 3/10 over par today. It's going to be a little short. Ideal shot here on 6 with the backhand is a long turnover, but it's got to finish kind of straight. You can't really let the disc flare back to the left at all because you can get back into those woods deep. That's starting to flare back.
I think you'll like that.
Yeah, that's going to be should be a good line.
And this needs to just sit down. Oh, what a kick. A very favorable kick to keep Heimberg out in the open. That could have saved at least a stroke.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. See how Calvin's disc was just flaring hard. And then he gets another phenomenal kick. What's about 3 of them so far today? And this was from last year, Terry. Just incredible.
Yeah, from way back. Not even able to see the pin, just throwing it off in a location, a general area. Yeah, did I do that? I made it? Yeah, you made it. And you'd go on to win the tournament. And at no point did he reach out to our friends at Sunstein to patent that special dust he was carrying around in his pocket that he was digging for. I think he missed an opportunity there. But let's take a look at hole number 6 here, Nate, and what they need to do.
Well, as I said, playing is the most difficult hole. It is just under 700 feet. Now, we saw the tee shots just a moment ago. It's really about judging the distance. Calvin had way too much speed, even if he threw a perfect shot. He was going to flare off into the woods to the left. You want to try to find the middle of this fairway. As it turns to the right, then you have to then guide the disc down a very narrow corridor. We saw that shot from Simon Lizotte a moment ago as well. So one of the most difficult holes on the course, all about control. And the reality is that if you played this hole all weekend long and was even par, you would be gaining strokes on the field hand over fist. So it's all about avoiding the big disaster score and kind of salvaging if you get off the fairway.
Wysocki will be able to see the pin from there. LaVisca off the front. Good bid, but Cale really shouldn't be that far away in the first place on hole 7.
That was the turnover shot of Isaac, catching one of the left-hand trees, but not a horrible kick. Still manageable scramble upcoming for Isaac.
Kyle Klein has a birdie look on 7 and gets that one to fall. Off to a somewhat of a slow start for Klein, but now he's 1 under. We'll see if that can jumpstart him.
Brian, how's the angle for Gannon Burr?
Well, actually, Nate, he came up to me before he addressed his lie, and he said that he's lining up a grenade, so we'll see if he keeps his promise.
Great call, Brian. He was talking about that on hole 14 last weekend as to setting up for a grenade approach. We didn't see it, but let's see what he's going to do here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go with that little turnover. Oh, I do every time. And he pulled it. He pulled it.
Should have pulled the pin on the grenade, went after it.
Misfire there from Gannon Burr. The mistake we've seen so far from Gannon is overplaying it to the right. He's done that 3 times now.
Alden Harris doing work. A pair of turkeys, 6 under through 7.
Isn't that our nickname, Terry? Or with the 2 hot dogs?
We've been called a lot of things.
What a start from Alden Harris.
If we're the 2 hot dogs, bring some mustard, please. That's what I'll say to that. And a soft pretzel while we're at it. All right, Heimberg.
So Calvin with the backstop rollout. He does have this very tight angle, and as they're going down this corridor, it is a slight headwind. Oh, he's got this one on a fantastic line. Check the ground play, and it is in the middle. Great chance for birdie upcoming.
Wow, and so Corey Ellis actually was buried in the woods, had to chip out to here. And so this is his 4th. And
yikes.
Not great, not terrible, but certainly not great. So he'll have a chance to save par. And here's Lizotte for birdie. We saw him go deep and doesn't connect.
That has been the Achilles heel of Simon so far this season. He does have the 1 win at Music City, but the putting has what's held Simon Lizotte back so far here in 2023. I think now the question goes back to Brian again. What kind of shot does Gannon Burr have from the right side fairway?
I mean, luckily he's like 6'10", and he can stretch out and throw that patent pending backhand. It's just going to be a really technical touch shot, but hopefully he uses his length to his advantage here.
Yeah, and Brian had also messaged us saying that he thinks that maybe with the wind pickup at the last moment, that's why Gannon opted out of going with the grenade. And now he's got multiple discs and just is very unsure of what he's going to do. Looks like the disc has been selected. Wow, look how sharp that disc is, too.
I know. He's trying to put a lot of angle on it and then utilize the stability to go back flat.
Oh, my gosh.
And it was way too overstable, Terry. And now he's in the deep woods on the left side. Bogey upcoming at best for Burr.
Second guessing some of that decision making here for Burr. And I recall this shot on this hole from a few years ago, Matty O.
This was unreal, Terry. he threw a backhand roller.
And then eventually it comes down and then starts rolling deep of the basket. Just 2 of the best recovery shots or scramble shots we've ever seen on the network have come right here on this hole. I guess you have to be out of position in the first place, right? You can't make a hero shot without a poor shot preceding it, but Wysocki's effort is off the mark. So now Alden Harris, can he keep it rolling? If this flips up too much, no. Great stability. That's tracking back in the middle of fairway. Exactly what Harris was playing for.
Yes, sir. Beautiful. Back here on hole number 6, Terry, there's been 56 up to this group, 56 possible scramble attempts, and only 19 have been successful. That's a 56 out of 120 players. That's a lot of players having to scramble here on hole number 6.
Out. Still has a putt to make. Shouldn't be a problem for Burr, but not loving hole 6 today. Now Wysocki trying to determine his options.
Yeah, I think Ricky's trying to find the small gap to give it a run. Yeah, just not enough angle to be able to make that run, but still in tight there for Ricky.
And Ellis trying to save par. Slight tailwind, and he finds the bottom of the basket. He had to work hard for that par. More power needed.
Yeah, Calvin will not join the group of 12 players today. It's 10% of the field to take birdie. 38% of the field took bogey or worse. I think the most challenging thing about 6, minus just the design itself, is it's not easy to just lay it up. There's no real way to play it for par.
Yeah.
You kind of have to be aggressive, and if you get out of position, then you got to try to scramble for the par.
Yeah, there's no relaxing shot. Nowhere where you can, just take it easy. Calvin will tap in for the par. We're through a third of the round here at the Preserve Championship. More action on the other side.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Pulsade Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Introducing the F9, Prodigy's most understable fairway driver. The F9 is designed for beginners and lower arm speeds to get maximum distance, full flex flights, and effortless hyzer floats. The F9, coming soon to ProdigyDisc.com.
Back with Alden Harris.
Alden up on the par 5 fifth, 1,111 feet. Alden not the biggest arm on tour, just playing this one for birdie. He's put himself in great position off the tee. Needs now just another position shot here. And minus the tall weeds, he's going to be in great position to attack the green.
It's going to finish just left and deep of the basket.
Hole 7, a very Similar tee shot to the one we see back on hole 3. This one 390. Got to throw just a little flip up that finishes straight. Calvin long right of the basket.
Slowing down at just the right time, and the backstop for Wysocki. Should be an easy birdie. It's one way to park it. Call that a patented park job, possibly? Well, if you're unsure, you don't know what you can or can't protect, any of your intellectual property, trademarks, copyrights, patents, NFTs, whatever it is you might need, reach out to our friends over at Sunstein Law. You can find them on sunsteinlaw.com. Partners of the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the Disc Golf Network.
Oh no, Corey Ellis missing the mandatory here, right. New tee pad over there on 15. Big mistake from Corey Ellis. Oh boy, Terry, and what, at one point Corey Ellis had the 6 birdies in a row. He really had it rolling. He's currently 7 under, but after the struggles on 14 and now that missed Mando could knock him back just a little bit. Back live to Isaac. Putting from the left side, Woods. And he makes it through the woods. What a putt from Isaac Robinson. Isaac trying to keep pace with his friend and Alden Harris. Found a clean gap.
And no problems for that one to fall in for Robinson.
Reminds me of a putt or two he made back at the Champions Cup in April.
Nate, that was all of them. I think he made all the putts.
Exactly.
At the Champions Cup. It was such an performance from him. Heimberg low.
In fact, the only difference so far between the rounds of Harris and Robinson, beautiful birdie there from Ricky, is the birdie on hole number 6 that Alden was able to pick up. Otherwise, those two have played exactly the same. Burr with his drop-in birdie, so 3 for 4 in that group. Nearly a star frame as they head over to the par 5 8th. See Colton Montgomery's name sneaking up on the board there, Terry.
Yeah, Colton in the top 10. Matty O had finished at 9 under. And speaking of Colton, I noticed that Kona was not didn't have a score listed for herself, so I was going to look into that. Hopefully everything's all right with Kona, as in Colton's wife, but did not have a score carded this morning. LaVisca, third shot. This is heading right to the pin. That's going to come into the wood chips, slide up just a little. Pin high for LaVisca. That should be a birdie.
Yeah, the pin is up high over his head. It's very steep here on the basket of 8. This is hole number 8. What a beautiful view of the pond. Everything to the left is all out of bounds. The players are forced to go to the right side of the pond. Got to land on that very small strip of land, and then the second shot is very long back to the corner. Nearly impossible to eagle this hole unless you've done something special. Like I said, Harris put himself in great position. And also, like I said, the green is very steep. You cannot come into the green with too much angle. Perfect.
Robinson would love to stay in the short grass. You want to really pinch yourself up against the tree line on the right. It will limit your options.
And to boot, it is par 5. You want that full run up on that second shot. You want to make sure you got clean footing. Ricky will have clean footing right in the middle of the fairway.
As he pushes back one of the catch cameras.
These big hyzers are the safer play on this tee shot. What it does is it immediately gets you out over the land, avoids the water. You can go more aggressive left and bring a bigger shot into play, but you bring the water into play as well. Another safe one there for Calvin. With such a long hole that eagle's really not in play, it makes sense to go a little safer off the tee shot. Don't bring that water into play if you don't have to.
Lizott's third. Playing to that right side, should get a little reaction. No problem there for Lizotte. Again, our views brought to us by our friends over at the FlightFactoryDisc.com. Make sure you check them out today. I know one of their big sellers is Kelvin Heimberg merchandise. You can find that on their site, FlightFactoryDisc.com. And our crew heading over to the FPO. They'll walk past that, moving down the fairway. LaVisca.
See how steep and severe the slope is by the basket. You do not want to have that 30-foot uphill putt. That anything off these baskets with a little bit of spin tends to roll away. You want to put yourself up at the level of the pin on your third shot. All these guys have done great here. Terry, Corey Ellis update over there on number 15. He went on a triple bogey. Took a 7.
And a tap-in birdie for Alden Harris. 7 under through 8. And think the one par that he had back there on hole 4. Very difficult hole, but Alden Harris having a day so far. Let's see if he can threaten that 13 under that's in the clubhouse by James Conrad.
And statistically, the field today has done the best on holes 8 through 13. You know, this is the chance. This is the meat of the course. This is where Harris can really pick up birdies. He's already made it through that front section, that 4, 5, 6 section, which is so difficult.
He's got a bunch stuffed in his pocket already. Hopefully he's got room for more.
Got to wear cargo pants if you want to fill your pockets, Terry. That'll be a little on the inside for Isaac. Not horrible, but I do find that the inside is the more challenging way to attack this green. If you can play it out to the left into the tall grass, that kind of weeds area that we saw Harris in, and we obviously saw his angle, which was great. Way far right.
Brian, we just saw Gannon take his to the right side. Is that going to be any kind of trouble for him?
Well, he finished the shot and he walked back to his caddy and he said, well, that's not left. But I think he's actually in a pretty good spot. He can still take that inside gap.
So a misfire that he may not get punished for, but certainly not his game plan as you were just calling for, Dawes.
It's just when you're on the inside, attacking that sloped green can be so much more difficult. And that's exactly where Alden Harris was for Calvin Heimberg. Very similar shot.
We'll see if he can keep it rolling. Alden Harris now on the tee of 9.
Today, 9 the easiest hole, Terry. 72% of the field have birdied.
And Alden agrees as he's going to be inside circle 1. At most, we'll have a straddle of sorts, but he should be fine. Wysocki with his second.
No problems there.
Well, there's a big gallery, so Simon Lizotte ready to do something special.
Simon just 2 shots back of the pace of Harris.
Well, now he'll be within a few feet of Harris. Now we're getting Nico LaCastro throwing his second on hole 10. Of course, a champion here at the Preserve.
Nico currently 6 under through the front 9, bogey free. Tied for 28th. Yeah, so you can see the angle over here on the left side. You can see where it's unmowed. That's that angle we saw from the previous group. The guys that are on the far right, there is a gap between that big tree at the top of your screen and the right side rough that they're going to have to play. Most likely looking to go with a sidearm through that gap. But again, the angle and slope of the green is so tough. And actually, it looks to me as if Robinson's going to play around to the, potentially to the left of that big tree.
Yeah, just a big Anheuser that will hopefully fade in. It's going to be stalling the entire way or just drifting the entire way. So if it comes in with too much angle, it could cut and roll. That it will be deep. And former Packer, I know that is something to be said here in Minnesota, but former Packer Evan Smith, Super Bowl ring-wearing Packer Evan Smith. We met him last year. In fact, I got not only a picture with him, but he let me put on his Super Bowl ring and take a picture. He's out here, big Prodigy player, lives in the Appleton, Fox Cities area, which is where I grew up. That's about 4.5 hours east of here, and I know he was out there last year actually helping with crowd control. So a Super Bowl champion NFL player out here helping out at the Preserve.
Did the ring go over your head
No,
or on your
come
leg?
On, I do have a pretty fat head. So
yeah, but he's a football player, Terry. Oh, and what a shot from Gannon Burr, able to, that was not easy to take that sidearm on that inside route, put it that close. Incredible scramble birdie upcoming for Gannon Burr.
Stand still flick, no problems for Wysocki as he slams it home.
Thanks for looking out.
His caddy, Fern, likes the effort. I remember talking to Evan last year at the Funky Farms, and he said, yeah, I was out there walking around helping with crowd control, and he was having the time of his life out at this event last year. So Good to see him out there again this year. I'm guessing we'll see a Chef Zimmerman sighting at some point this weekend as well. Hopefully he's in town. I know how much he enjoys being out there, as he's in the Minnesota area himself. Third shot from Nico on the par 5. Should be a birdie. Lazat has a birdie look. Looks like he maybe got his foot caught up in some of the underbrush as he was coming through.
Yeah, it looked like his back foot, the one that he's going to propel the putt forward, slipped out. Immediately looked at it, was immediately frustrated by it, but still is going to go down in the books as another missed putt for Simon. And that's just the part that has just been hurting him.
This is a world of hurt. He's got to be very careful because this catches edge.
Yeah.
But even laying up, not necessarily easy. This has to not catch any edge, and there is a lot of wood chips there, so hopefully it will hit and stop, and it's done just that. But
oh, I agree with you, Terry. I think you made a perfect call there. If he put too much angle on it, it could easily check up and roll. I think the wood chips did help him there quite a bit.
Heimberg. No problems with the short downhill putt. Gannon asking Isaac if he had anything back there, and the answer was no. Nothing worth running at, so to speak. They'll tap in and make a walk around the pond for the tee of 9. Now Alden Harris, who had just thrown from there. Now birdie luck. And he's going to keep it rolling. 8 under through 9.
90% fairway hits, 100% for both C1 and C2 for Harris through 9 holes. That's how you get it done.
Well, Castro's in for the birdie. He said, Cale, give me the bear. As LeCastro took this down.
Super dramatic. In fact, it came down to this 18th hole. And LeCastro, this was his second shot right just inside circle 1. And it turned out that he was going to have to make that putt to win the title outright. Spin to win, as we like to say. Nico LeCastro, Terry Miller was right there filming it. It was an incredible performance from Nico.
And LeCastro would then go jump in the nearby pond. Asking for it to get left, and he's on the platform. LeCastro has a look. Says it's fair. Brian, it's your birthday. This is the easiest hole on the course. If one of these guys doesn't ring one up for an ace, I'm going to be disappointed. Who are you calling for it? Who do you want to card the ace?
Oh, my gosh. How are you going to do that to me, Terry? I mean, you know, Calvin threw in last year for the big eagle on the par 5. So if he dunks one in again, we can make a montage, and that's just great TV right there.
All right, that sounds fair. We love how you're so generous with your with the media opportunities here, and that we can think about production and making it easy for them when Calvin throws this in for ace in a moment. First, let's see how close Wysocki can get.
So 406 feet here on hole number 9. Back over the water, but very low wind, and that just makes this shot in the wheelhouse for every one of these players. And you don't even have to play tricks with the angle. You can pretty much just throw a flat hyzer, 406 feet. That's not a problem for any one of these players with a fairway driver, sort of their overstable fairway driver. And
I'd give it about 340 to clear the water, maybe.
Yeah, and again, with really no wind to contend with, that's just not even a problem.
Throwing deep or off the mark is the problem. That right side gets a little hairy. He says he barely threw it. Calvin Heimberg for the Brian Earhart birthday ace.
He's got the height.
Oh, and off the basket. Calvin Heimberg almost comes through.
Brian, wow. What a call. And it rolled a little bit of ways, but still inside circle one. What a shot.
Oh, and then you're going to just place it right next to the pin. Isaac Robinson. Just outside of the bullseye. We were calling for it. Brian said Calvin was the guy to do it. He puts it up on line, comes in just short, plays off the skip. And he's been about 3 inches low on a few of his putts, and same there. Heimberg almost puts it in one.
I mean, I know it would have been an epic call and ace, but just the fact that he even put it off the front of the cage is unreal.
Brian, that's why you're the man on the ground. We love it, buddy.
Yeah, that was just a little birthday anomaly.
It ain't over. Maybe we'll see something later. Here's Harris now, T of 10.
Maybe these players start paying Brian to call him out.
Lengthy backup. We'll see how Alden Harris can handle it on this 1,158-foot hole. James Proctor
playing alongside Nico LaCastro today.
This is setting up nicely. I love seeing the stands added here to hole 11's green. So it looks like Gannon won't be punished too much. I've seen so many discs throughout the years just kind of slide into this woods line, and it gets very congested very quickly. Burr looks like he'll have an angle, somewhat obstructed, but he does have an angle and a look at it. It's going to drop to one knee. And he's going to drop it in. Burr with the birdie. Easy cleanup for Heimberg. Sensing a star frame.
And with that birdie, Ricky Wysocki goes 5 under through the front 9. Did not take a par on the front 9.
Simon Lizotte.
Needs it to flex. And it does. What a shot from Simon. Keeping up with the group ahead of him. Great position.
LaCastro has the birdie look. And he'll cash it in.
And Nico taking advantage of this, again, the very easy part of the course. This middle section of the course. We just played hole 9. That was the easiest, Terry. 10, this third easiest.
Alden, maybe with some work to do. We'll find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion, Ice, Orbit, Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out trilogychallenge.com.
One of the great things about the feedback is that it's for all skill levels. I'm really excited about this new disc in my lineup. Go check it out at prodigydisc.com.
Prodigy has finally launched the Team Prodigy Player Store.
If you haven't already checked out, I have this new player store available.
It's got hand-picked discs. You're also going to find some sweet apparel.
All the discs I've chosen are my favorite discs, and I love them.
You guys are gonna love the artwork on these discs. I'm loving these discs, and hopefully you guys are loving those too.
Be sure to go check it out. It directly supports us players and keeps us on the road.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Lazat throwing his second after a huge drive. Oh, that's turned over too much.
With any luck for Simon, he'll be inbounds. There's an OB line there. That foliage is going to keep LaCastro a little bit short.
Now Waisaki on the tee of 10.
Honestly, not a bad cutout. You'd rather be on this left side than the right side inside. Didn't get as much distance as he was hoping, but still not horrible for the champion from 2021.
Trims the right side, but it keeps going.
Big distance there from Gannon.
That's trouble.
Wow, that's shocking, to be honest, from Calvin. I mean, cannot be on that left side. That could be a pitch out. Depending on how thick that is over there, Terry, that could just be a pitch out. And on the second easiest hole. Just surprising. And that's short right.
0 for 4. I was just thinking we have yet to see a really solid tee shot, or at least one that anyone liked. And the group went 0 for 4.
Wow, so Alden found that OB. You see all this tall grass? There's actually a little waterway in there, Terry, and that's all OB. You can see the line painted, so Harris, first blemish, he's got to get up and down for par.
This needs to check up quickly. Oh, and it does. It hits and stops almost immediately. I thought that was going to get a big skip, but it stops for him. So Harris trying to stay blemish free. And Lizotte was also out of bounds.
And that's what I was saying. Simon would have been lucky to stay in bounds on the line that he was on.
Now Nico with his second shot on 12. That is an alternative route for sure. Alden Harris able to save the par after the penalty stroke.
Yeah, that's solid scramble work from Harris as well for Simon.
So Doss, we're halfway through. What was the number I called for that I wanted our group to shoot at the beginning of the round?
36 under is what you were calling
36 under. My quick math tells me that the group is 21 under. So they're on pace.
Wow. So
and now
now
you're saying,
the over-under.
Well, you're besides that, let me ask quickly. You're saying that the easier section of the course is right in the middle here.
It's currently
generally
what we're playing. It's holes, basically hole 6 through hole 13. That is the easiest section of the course. It's the part of the course we've seen the players go the lowest under par on. And now, this is exactly what I was talking about. This could just be a pitch.
It's on you, I think.
For Calvin.
Yeah,
Brian, just to confirm, Calvin's found, and then we believe, and then how bad is he?
I mean, not great. I'll tell you that, Terry. I mean, I don't think he's going to be getting a birdie by any means, but I think par is definitely still there in the picture.
I think back to a few years of being out here and just not seeing someone this far off to the left before.
No.
I don't remember ever seeing anyone.
We have not seen somebody this far deep on the left side off the tee pad. We've seen players on the second shot go deep left. But we now hear Calvin indicating he's going to be coming out. And a lot of foliage, Terry. Barely. If at all.
Yeah, Brian, did you see how far out that got?
Not a lot. That's what I'll say, Terry.
Yeah, if anything, Terry, it looked like he got about maybe 20 feet. But still in this tall grass, he's confused. Yeah, so that right there. Okay, now this does bring in that OB creek that waterway that we were talking about that we saw Harris and Lizotte go in. A good shot here from Calvin would be over that waterway, but to the left side to where you can still try to get up and down.
Great shot. Cale teeing off on 11. Trying to get over what they've deemed as Victoria's Creek. His wife's name is Victoria. And it looks like he's going to be on the right side of it. Looks to be clear, but not by much. So Castro with his third. Not sure how he feels about it.
I mean, he's frustrated that he's not taking a birdie. I think that's more that reaction. See if Harris can get back on the birdie train. Certainly looks good.
Looks like he's bought a ticket.
Oh, yeah. What a shot. Beautiful. Just beyond the pin. About a 20-footer upcoming for Harris. Ricky going to try to get to that left side, just like we saw Calvin do, and he's done it nicely. Now, with the distance that we saw from Gannon Burr, I think we could see him going for the green here. He's going to shoot it with the Bushnell, and he might get some opportunity.
Brian, Gannon looks to be lining this up. Is this a chance for him to be aggressive?
Yeah, this is absolutely a chance for him to be aggressive. I think he has some weird footing. His angle to go for the distance line is kind of chopped off by that tall stuff on the right. Looks like he's still going for it, though.
Appreciate it, Brian. We'll see what Burr can do. It's distanced at 720 to the pin.
Yeah, only Anthony Barella has taken an eagle here today from 27 feet. And that's going to be more out there about that 100-foot mark for Burr. Still a really good shot. You can hear him saying it's not worth it, because if he overplays it, he can find out of bounds. There's all kinds of disasters that could happen. In his mind, better to take the easy birdie.
Lizotte not connecting with anything up and over. There's not out of bounds over there, but still a lengthy comeback putt.
See over here on the right, Isaac Robinson.
That too checks up inside the circle for Robinson. You have a crosswind putt.
This is Simon. He's got what looks like longer, and he makes it.
Okay.
Yeah, 71% putting from C1X today for Simon. I know I've said it already twice now, but that is certainly the Achilles heel today so far for Lizotte. Pretty easy shot here for Calvin. Handles it nicely.
LeCastro on the tee of 13. Go forward. Wants it to skip straight. Harris, birdie look off the front.
And he has stayed in bounds. The brick saved him there, Terry. Wow. Scary moment for Harris.
Brian, we've talked about 3 mile per hour winds this morning, then maybe 6 mile per hour winds. It feels like it's picking up. Is this going to be sustained?
Yeah, I would say it's between 5 and 10 still. I don't think it's that bad. Right now, what I'm feeling feels about 5, 6, 7 miles an hour at the most. So no, still very scoreable day. Really nice out here.
All right, maybe those are just some lightweight flags that are messing with my perception.
Should be Robinson first here for his birdie.
Hear the groan of the crowd after that one comes back out. Meanwhile, Heimberg's able to save par after the disastrous tee shot. And the rest will tap in. We'll take another look at Robinson's putt. Was this one also definitely on the slightly higher side? Again, you'd love to think that could fall in for him, but high side center chain's not a sweet spot for Robinson today. In fact, maybe quite a sore spot.
I mean, at this point, you just have to put it out of your mind. He's putting well. Those are good putts. I mean, they're a little high, like you said, but still. They are good efforts that just haven't dropped. Back to LeCastro live.
He is pin high.
Don't get too stupid. It's pretty stupid. Come on now. Come on.
I don't disagree with him. That does feel pretty stupid. The fact that it was so slow and gets up and rolls to pretty much the same distance. Now, if Nico doesn't connect with some part of the basket here, he's got a chance to have this launch all the way down the hill. Ultimately, the river's behind. That would take quite the misfire, but you have to draw metal or put this in.
Yeah,
this is more dangerous than the previous putt was.
No question. The angle is worse.
Ouch. Let's take a look at hole number 11 here, Doss.
Well, one of the signature holes here at the Preserve Championship, hole number 11, 335 feet, plays about 10 to 15 feet just past this big shelf is where the pin's located. A lot of the players are playing off to the right. some sort of drifting mid-range or even a powerful putter here is a very good play because of how soft the landing can be. Pretty good shot there from Ricky. You honestly don't want it too long over there as well because then you got to putt back towards the water.
Alden Harris on the tee of 12. Gets a good push. He's going to be on the left side. Not necessarily ideal. What he wouldn't give to be 20, maybe 30 feet more to the right. But Alden having a great day. Here's Burr hanging out wide right. It's going to come in deep of the pin. Oh, he put it in the basket, right where you want to be.
Some kind of ace. He will have that putt back towards the water. And even longer here for Calvin. Now, of course, they're still going to go for those putts, but we saw the putt from Harris bouncing off the basket and rolling almost over that wall into the water, into the out of bounds.
But it's so good.
There's no one coming up short. Not making that mistake. Now, LeCastro. Certainly a brutal rollaway. I do not contest that whatsoever. James Conrad's 13, still holding strong. 3 clear of, well, almost everyone else on the page and then some. All those other scores in except for Luke Taylor. Luke Taylor out here doing work today. Luke Taylor out of Michigan.
There's that long putt back from Calvin Heimberg. Oh, and that stays in bounds as well, just fluttering past the basket, off the rim. It's also a slightly downhill putt. And even we saw the one from Simon, who was at a slightly different angle. He putted it high. That putt from that Calvin adjusted too low, and now that's a little high from Burr. See if Ricky can find the distance.
Felt as if the basket just slapped that one away on Gannon Burr, like, get out of here.
Yeah, just millimeters high for Burr.
Wysocki, who's been allergic to par today. Oh, that one grabs backside chain and stays in. Wysocki without a par through 11 holes.
Wow. Yeah, crazy to see his card.
Isaac Robinson will pick up another birdie.
You know, the thing about Isaac, the 2 bounce outs that he's had, he has backed those up with birdies on the very next hole. And that allows you to sort of hopefully forget about what's happened.
Now with Lazat on his second on 12. That looks great. Let's see what Nico can do to bounce back.
Yeah, and it's a hard hole to bounce back on, as it's the second most difficult hole today. over 1,000 feet. This is a brand new hole this year, a combination of holes 13 and 14 from last year. And he's in good position.
Alden Harris did not draw back-to-back sidearms at any point on this course today.
It wasn't in the practice round. It's going to lead to a bogey. I mean, he is way out still, putting for par. Huge mistake from Harris, who's basically been untouchable till the missed putt on the previous hole.
So we know where all the 10s are at, but it looks like we're going to maybe scroll to the second page of the leaderboard, and we see a lot of 9s and 8s there.
Yeah, you see Harris right there. He's played 11 holes. Ezra Aderhold. He's playing the 18th right now. With the leader at 13, you pretty much can't imagine going into moving day being anything less than 8 under. And so I think that's the minimum that these guys are going to want to get to. And then that still assumes tomorrow is a great day. James Conrad, the world champion, he put a lot of pressure on the field today by shooting that 13 early, way before these guys had even teed off.
Yeah, really setting the pace and showing everyone what can be done. James Conrad, as you know, had that incredible round earlier in the year at Jonesboro. And it's been a while since he's been in the winner's circle.
Yeah,
so
since
James,
that World's win.
James would certainly love to get there again. Nothing wrong with that.
12 is just one of those very tricky holes where you must put it in position off your tee shot. And if you're not, then you're just scrambling the entire way back up the fairway. This is going to be wide right for Calvin. Yeah, and I mean, the angle, that big tree is going to be a big problem there for Calvin.
And if you're interested in seeing disc golf pretty much nonstop for the next few months, make sure you're a subscriber over on Disc Golf Network. I know plenty of you are here watching on YouTube. We are glad you're here to take in the action. However, we have the exclusive conclusion of this event over the next few days on the Disc Golf Network. Also, 50% off if you subscribe between June 30th and July 3rd. You get 50% off your first month, and that will, of course, get you up to speed with the European Open. We'll see the PCS Open and a number of other events. I believe we have upwards of 20 hours of live coverage taking place each day this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, it's awesome that we're also covering the Euro Tour. Macbeth is over there playing, along with all of the up-and-coming European players. And, of course, all of our world's best here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour back in the U.S. Oh, this looks great, Terry, in the middle of the fairway. And that is perfect for LaCastro. A chance to get up and down for birdie. There's a good birdie on the previous hole by Simon. Not a great tee shot there. The bunkers are not OB here at the Preserve, but footing a problem.
It's a hard kick to the left side for Robinson now with Cale LaVisca. T of 13.
Cale currently 1 bogey on his card today, 4 under. Oh, that looks good. A chance to make it 5 under.
That was in the neighborhood of where we saw LeCastro with his second putt.
Brian, what kind of shots do these guys have upcoming here on number 12?
Gannon's got a pretty stock shot. He's going with the forehand, it looks like. His gap is actually pretty nice. The rest of the card is a little bit trickier than it looks.
Not a problem for Burr.
Harris did bogey on 12. Gets the green flag. It'll be a tricky set of footing for Harris as it does slope away behind the basket over there on 13. Back to Calvin. As Brian said, a very tricky angle here. Gonna try to go to a flex sidearm, looks like. Calvin just deciding on which disc, depending on the amount of flex that he wants to put on it.
Not much reaction there from Heimberg. Not that we expect one.
No, I mean, he got knocked down. He's in the middle of the fairway. He's just, you know, at this point, thinking, I got to accept par. Ricky, another flex shot here. Much larger gap for Ricky. And that looks good. He's going to skip right up to it, Terry. Wysocki going to keep his card free of pars. You know, a lot of conversation that we had about Ricky back there on hole 3. That was when he made that mistake. But at the end of the day, I think Ricky has looked okay. I mean, he doesn't look like he has the most energy, but he's still executing shots at a very high level.
Long look for birdie for Alden Harris, excuse me. And you got to be careful of what we just saw, and somewhat of a reaction there. That'll leave a little meat left on the bone. Good recovery shot by Isaac Robinson. Alden just inside the circle.
Solid putt.
His putting stroke looks just phenomenal.
Yeah, the only one that didn't look good was the one on 11 when he missed the birdie putt.
LeCastro with his third. This should set up nicely if it has enough distance. I like the speed of it. We'll see how close he is. Heimberg tickles some chain, but not enough to get it to drop. Luke Taylor closes out with the eagle on 18, gets to 12 under. I don't see a world where Luke Taylor's not on the lead card tomorrow.
No, we're going to get introduced to Luke Taylor and let the Statmando guys start scrambling now. I mean, the guy just turned pro back in 2021. His PDGA number is in the 100,000s. He's 102, 119. Youngster out of Michigan, unranked on the World Series or the World Tour rankings. Luke Taylor's best finish this year, Terry, at 16th place at the Music City Open back in April.
Rick taps in for yet another birdie. And if you are subscribed as a Disc Golf Network subscriber, connoisseur, you should be watching and enjoying the Swedish Open that has one round in the books. Dennis Augustusson is out in front. He shot 9 under. Norway's Peter Lunde shot an 8 under along with Niklas Antila. Paul McBeth double bogeyed the last hole to go from first place into a tie for 4th. So he'll be on your lead card over at the Swedish Open for round number 2. Make sure you tune in and take in the action. Of course, the women going off earlier in the day as well. Also saw Thomas Gilbert there on your top 10 just a moment ago. So some of our players heading over there as well.
Ricky trying to stay par free. And he's pin high. Great shot from Ricky. This is also, Terry, what I was starting to talk about with Ricky. One shot at a time, start to gain momentum. You can see it in his reaction there, the fist pump. The wrist is now an afterthought. Now, will it hurt tonight during recovery? I'm sure it will, but he just has to utilize this momentum that he has gained. Ricky has birdied the last 6 holes in a row. It's the more traditional way of playing it. Off that left side, twisting it back towards the middle of the fairway. .43% of the field have birdied here on 13.
Playing as the 8th most difficult.
Yeah, as with almost every hole down the stretch here at the Preserve, it's a tricky green. And if you get caught up early, getting up and down, trying to scramble can be very difficult. Also, like we saw from LaCastro, a lot of rollaways because it is on this little hill.
Here's James Proctor for birdie on 14. This is deep in circle, too.
Yeah, 60 feet here from James. All right. A crowd of one loves it, Terry. What a putt from Proctor.
LaCastro. This is his look for birdie, trying to get to 8 under. Pump fake, LaCastro up and in. Gets it to drop. What a great bounce back after the bogey on 13.
Yeah, the adjustment was made there from Nico. The 2 missed putts were low. Oh, and this is what I was talking about here for Isaac, missing it right side chain. And now going to have about the same amount of distance coming back up the hill.
Okay, perfect.
And letting us know he's just inside the circle, so 25 feet or more coming back up. First, we'll have Heimberg. He's sitting just outside of the circle. Well, 35, maybe 34 feet or so. The commonality that I've seen, you know, from Heimberg this year is when he's made mistakes putting, it's often low. It'll be 2 or 3 or 4 of them low, and then it's almost as if he's overcorrecting, and you'll see him knock a few off the top of the band. He was doing that last weekend as well. Great comeback for Isaac Robinson.
Today so far, it's really been the struggle for Calvin from tee to green, as he's given himself 5, and that will now be the 6th circle 2 putt for Calvin. So he hasn't been hitting circle 1 in regulation. When he has hit circle 1, he's 100% from inside C1. So it's the tee to green struggles really for Calvin. Birdie for Burr and birdie for Ricky. You know, at this point, Calvin just needs to hit C1, and he's pretty much going to get a birdie because he's been solid inside the circle.
Alden Harris going with the roller on 14. Pushing everyone out of the way. I don't think he'll be disappointed with that.
No. Because had he stayed out to the left there, Terry, he would have been OB. There's a line right there. He brought it back in bounds. Very fortunate for Alden Harris. Brand new tee pad here on 15. So not only are we on the second most difficult hole, Terry, but we're in a backup as the lead card is waiting on that group of Cale LaVisca and Alden Harris and others. Simon Lizotte included in that group. And Kyle is the 4th in that group. Brian, what are the big challenges here on this brand new 14th hole?
Well, I think the big challenge is just initially getting yourself in a good position to then attack that downhill fairway that originally was the previous hole, number 14. But, I mean, now the players have to make a choice. Do I want to get aggressive and throw some sort of backhand turnover that kind of sneaks inside, below or outside of that middle branch? Or do you go with the safe forehand that just puts you in a position to attack? And, man, it is really hard. I mean, the original hole number 14 was hard enough with the tee pad that you could rehearse your shot from, but now you're having to set yourself up for a shot that you've never technically thrown before. So I think this is a sick hole, and I think the players like it as well.
Well said, Brian. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's all about putting it in position. And if you're not in position, then you have to make a decision. Are you going to lay it up? Are you going to try to hit that fairway? And as you have the woods on the right of this second half of the fairway, and then the OB that runs this whole left side. And there's no question why this hole is playing. It's the second most difficult hole, even as a par 5, averaging 4.25 for the field. Oh, and Harris, 5.25 for the field. And Harris yanked it way right. Took a kick back. That might have saved him.
LaCastro with his 2nd on 15. asking for it to sit, and that is pushing hard left. Garrett Gerthy, Noah Meinsma, Grady Shue, Sullivan Tipton, all wondering if they will remain on the lead card or which, Garrett, of course, with the lowest PDGA number of those competitors. Noah, second lowest. They would have the nod if they are in those ties. And you see Isaac Robinson and Gannon Burr intimately checking out UDisc. See what's going on and who's scoring what. And Wysocki still without a par. Robinson without a bogey, and Heimberg without a bogey. LaVisca, who's pinched up on the right side, throws it back into the right side. That's going to be trouble.
Yeah, because this hole is playing slightly back into the headwind, any of those shots, and it's a very mild wind, I want to be clear about that. Any shots that are kind of turned over, they just tend to drift to the right and get caught up in those deep woods. Ricky going to go for that sidearm play off the tee, like Brian just mentioned.
And clearing everyone away. You see that Wysocki is just behind the FPO tee pad.
Gannon go with that power forehand as well. Can it stay out of these right side woods? Oh, just at the edge. We'll see what kind of run up he has.
Center of the fairway, no problem for Robinson.
Really like this one from Calvin. That would have been basically parked the basket from last year's hole. So nice shot there from Calvin. Chance to attack the fairway. Oh no, Terry, this is immediately out of bounds.
Oh, he's gone from the right side rough to the left side out of bounds.
I'm wondering if Harris, he was down in those thick woods. We'll get back to Harris in a moment. Here is LeCastro. Long birdie look.
Yeah, he certainly can be aggressive with this. Slightly uphill. Roll away, the only thing to worry about. And that was aggressive, up and over the basket. I like the bid.
Back to Harris. I'm wondering, he was in those thicker trees. Was his perspective thrown off? I mean, he immediately went OB. And now he's got this shot. And that's pretty darn good there on the short side of the basket. But Harris will be putting for bogey.
And looks like the preserve is providing a little Mother Nature and wildlife. A bald eagle out here. Brian, were you just telling us or informing us? Not only could you see it, you could hear it. Where is that exactly?
I mean, we are right in that back corner, right by the tee pad of 14, right alongside the Mississippi River, and we heard some screeching of the bald eagles right near the tee pad. It's pretty majestic out here, Terry, and I think when I talked to Cale about the design of this course, I think it feels like he is blown away every time he gets to talk about this place. He really loves it, and I think everybody that comes here feels the same way.
I appreciate the insight, Brian. Now we've got Andrew Marweed up ahead on 15. He's got a birdie look. Slight headwind, uphill. Circle 2, and that's left side corner pocket.
It's bogey free for Marweed, but just 5 under. That is a disappointing round so far for Marweed. Let's see if he can utilize that birdie putt to give him a little boost.
We have the chair gate at USDGC, and we can move it. Okay. Which frisbee is that?
So,
What's that?
conversation I think taking place about.
Okay. So what can all move? I mean, this isn't my stance right here. Yeah, everything in the stance. Okay. Yep. You guys good with this cooler then too? Mm-hmm. Okay.
For sure. It's not like an object placed as part of the event.
Yeah, and the conversation is about what can and can't be moved, because this was here. A spotter is volunteering, doing their work out here, and had put everything off to the side of the fairway. So Cale getting confirmation.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, of course. And then,
I mean, shouldn't it all be movable?
That stuff, that's fine.
This is a spotter's stuff. Yeah, I mean, he's moving it all out of the way. This makes complete sense.
And the spotter certainly not expecting any of that to come into play. So
but even if it did, he should be allowed to move it.
Of course. I'm just saying I don't want any hate thrown at our spotters and our volunteers out there at the same time. That's what I was clarifying.
Of course not.
We do thank them for their efforts and all the work that they're doing.
No way am I saying anything about the spotter. I'm just saying in general, I think what we just saw was absolutely the proper play and the proper call. Proctor on the tee of 16. All right, great shot there from Proctor. Very nice. Back to the green of 14. Looks like it'll be Cale first. This will be for par for Leviska.
Leviska staring down the basket, left side chain, not enough to catch it and bring it in though.
Back in the fairway, Isaac overturning this as well. Boy, that right side just has a magnet. I don't know if it's just the water. I think
the
or they're trying to
overcompensation.
just gain the distance, avoid the left side OB.
Yeah, I think just knowing the left side is guaranteed OB. The right side, maybe you could filter through, maybe you pop out, but the left side is the guaranteed OB. So you'd rather miss right than left.
Makes sense to me.
Alden Harris has a bogey look. Putter still looks good for Harris.
Yeah, but I mean, over the last 5 holes, Alden Harris is going to be 2 over par. Before that, he was 8 under through 9 holes. That's the definition of hitting the brakes. Position play here for Burr, trying to put it in play in the short grass. I like going to the sidearm here. It's going to work away from the OB. It's got to skip.
Wow.
What?
Rail sliding.
Oh my goodness. Well, it was working away from the OB. Thank goodness it was a sidearm. Comes back in bounds, lands in bounds right there. Wow. You could not do that if you tried.
Back with Wysocki now.
Boy, Rick's got to watch out for this pylon. Uh-oh.
This is trouble.
Way left.
Asking for it to hook up, and Wysocki gets it to land in bounds. What a shot.
Yeah, wow. Ricky really put a lot of turn on that. Trusting his disc beautifully, and aggressiveness pays off.
Simon quietly moving into 7 under. Heimberg, his second.
Perfect.
Heimberg sits at 5 under.
Just think the trust that Ricky Wysocki had to have on his sidearm just moments ago.
Nico will have that left for birdie on 16. Nate, go ahead and give us your keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, hit your line. Actually, these aren't my keys for closing, Terry, by the way. But I'll go ahead. I'll read them anyways. Go ahead, hit your line. This is probably my wife wrote these. Hit your line, limit your strokes, and take advantage when you can. Really, at the end of the day, it's all about hitting. I think you really need to hit these fairways and find circle one. These greens are extremely challenging. Every green to the finish has some kind of slope on one side or another. You got to put yourself in C1. It's hard to make C2 putts out here on these final closing holes. Either way, there are great opportunities for birdie. 18 is the easiest hole in the course. Eagle is open for business there, so got to get your birdies, but also got to avoid disaster on holes like 14. I'll have to talk to Val about those keys for closing later today, Terry.
Sounds like they'll work.
Yeah, I'd say you probably roll like right next to it. Wait, what?
Yeah, get a load of that, dude.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Now the question is, Terry, where is the line painted? Maybe no question at all, but, you know.
As we look at the description on 14 in terms of the caddy book.
It says marked car path left and beyond. So I'm assuming maybe no line is painted?
Or just on the other side
just
of
on
that.
the other side of the wood?
Yeah. So we're getting a clarification that that was called out of bounds?
I'm not surprised. It was straight up and down on what looked like a white painted line, indicating that none of his disc was touching in bounds, so this is now his fourth.
And that's off the mark.
That's left going left, but stay straight enough in bounds.
He'll have a long look to save the par, but Gannon in disbelief of what he's seeing.
Brian, did you get a close eye on that mark there for Burr?
Yeah, there was a white painted line on the inside of that wooden railroad tie, and he was literally vertical resting up against the side of it, and he was not crossed over the line. So yeah, just absolutely ridiculous misfortune. I have actually never seen that in my entire life.
LaCastro now for birdie on 16. Right to left wind. Nico cashes it in. He's going to move to 9 under. We see that big mix-up at 10, and LaCastro's pushing right toward it right now.
Yeah, a chance on 17, and then, of course, the eagle on 18 to push past 10 under, shake up that lead card, put a previous champion on the lead card heading into moving day.
I'll go ahead and say LaCastro's going to come in with one of the lowest PDGA numbers in all of the division, in fact.
I bet he's the lowest in the tournament, minus Simon. Simon has a low PDGA number.
LaCastro, I know Double G is going to be in that neighborhood as well. I think Double G's in the 13,000s. LaCastro probably in the 15,000s.
I think Nico's in the 11s because me and him were always close. That one back in the fairway, just a pitch out there. That was Isaac Robinson. Now, after that very gutsy shot from Ricky, great position. See if he can take advantage, put it in close. Wow, what a skip. A flare skip there from Ricky and inside the bullseye.
Rick trying to remain par free.
His caddy's psyched.
That birdie would push Ricky Wysocki to 10 under. Certainly with a chance to get past our leader in James Conrad.
Yeah, I was just about to say, of the players we're watching, with this issue for Burr, it could be tough, but Rick going to 10, he could maybe pass James. It's very possible. Over the top. Of course.
Because no one else has done that today, so it better be Simon that does.
Isaac leaving this one short left, but good ground play.
Alden Harris with his second on 15. Is that going to drift back? Not exactly a great skip, so to speak, but he's inside the circle. LaCastro, 17, up the gut, pures it. He'll have a putt to the elevated basket.
Gannon is in circle 2. You can see the flag there. We'll call this about 35 feet. What a putt there from Burr. Great bounce back after the misfortune with the OB. And that is a momentum saver because there's a little bit of confidence that he's going to gain from making that putt.
He remains at 8 under, and Robinson knew it right out of his hand immediately upon release.
This is going to be such a disappointing day for Isaac Robinson. He's had the 2 bounce outs. He's at 7. This is going to take him to 6. He could easily be at 10. Shocking day for Isaac Robinson.
Heimberg, no problem with the cleanup. He's going to move to 6 under. And just like that, Wysocki 10 under, 12 birdies on his scorecard. He's got 15 through 18 to play.
8 in a row for for Ricky. Let's jump over to the tee or the pin of 17.
James Proctor connects. That is a birdie putt. He moves to 8 under. Eagle could get him to 10.
I know, exactly, and now a chance for LeCastro. The putts we've seen Nico miss today have been low. He really needs to extend this high. He's got that big swooping putt here.
Nate, you called it. Low. Not enough height. LeCastro's going to let a birdie slip past him on 17. Now LaVisca, his second on 15.
With the new tee pad, these second shots on 15 are much longer than we saw just a year ago, making this hole a much more difficult birdie.
Lizotte with his second on 15.
You literally can't get to this point this far right unless you go over the top.
You heard him say it was so bad out of his hand.
So really for our final card here, Terry, you got Robinson, who just dropped back to 6. You got Calvin at 6. I think they need to finish hot to be a part of the conversation. But you got Burr and Wysocki, who still have a chance to be a part of the lead card, even the leader conversation. So still a lot to play for all 4 men on the card. Brian, what do we think of this new hole 15? How does the Mando affect how aggressive they can get?
Oh, I love this change. I think it forces them to push the disc forward and just prioritize hitting the Mando gap. And if they want to get aggressive, they can try to move the disc right. I think Kristen actually threw a really beautiful drive this morning with a fairway driver. So I don't think you have to get too aggressive with the speed or the distance, but it's more placement with power, with accuracy, and then you still have to earn it on your second shot, whereas the previous hole, I think the second shot was a little soft if you had decent power.
Very well said there, Brian. 47% of the field have still birdied hole 15 today. Back live to LeCastro on 18's tee pad.
That's a big pull for LeCastro. Exactly what you need. Wow, this is the first forehand that we've seen off the tee.
And yes, and how good it was. I mean, to get it up and over that little ridge line, Ricky is in great position. That's exactly the way you want to play this hole. Now we're going to see one from Calvin. You know, that's interesting, Terry. That's a really good point. All the way back to the first time we saw somebody play this hole was Corey Ellis. Tried to go super aggressive, misses the mandatory right. We've now seen 2 sidearms, both in perfect position.
And now Burr is going to go with the sidearm.
Even with a little bit of wind here on 15, they're still going sidearm. So that won't get up and over that ridge line, but he does make the mandatory.
Well-positioned shot for Robinson.
Yeah, Simon playing a little Army golf. He went from way right to way left. It's going to equal a par. Now Harris.
And the bounce back. Alden Harris comes back from the bogey on hole 14 and picks up the birdie. Now LaVisca. And that is barely short. Now we're going to check out the birdie zone. You can see where everyone is located there. And Birdie Pro will be shipping in July. Your window is closing, though. To get the 10% pre-order discount, get your base game today at boaterbrothers.com. Also, the expansion courses for Kickstarter begins in August and will feature the Preserve and Maple Hill. Be ready for it and get your base game over there again at boaterbrothers.com.
Well, you can see Burr's the one who didn't get over that hillside. That's that darker grass. You can see this taller weeds he's dealing with. And the footing and the distance going to be a problem here for Gannon Burr. Plus these little tall bushy trees here. You can see the pin way out in the distance.
Yeah, just maintaining balance and then putting the right amount of pressure to lean into your shot is going to be very challenging for Burr. I'm surprised with his footing like this that he's not going to a forehand.
Well,
just kind of a standstill.
I think he's trying to still get all the way to the basket somehow, some way. His best chance is to take an overstable disc, something overstable, high speed, throw it with a lot of turn, and then just try to utilize the stability to bring it back. It's really tough to throw a hyzer off this type of slope. But an understable disc could still do the same thing.
This could also be disastrous if you were to catch the limbs or the trees directly in front of him, have it knocked straight down.
He pulled it way right. And not a lot of stability in that disc. And it comes down in the middle. Not horrible for not a great tee shot.
Yeah, he should be able to still get up and down, no problems for the par, but birdie appears to be out of question. Alden Harris now on the tee of 16.
Alden, close friends with Isaac Robinson, and I got to imagine they're going to be sitting around the fire pit tonight saying, what happened? Both of them could have been double digits, you know, near the top.
Oh, and that tree kick, not a bad one. It looks like it was going to skip hard left. The tree stops the momentum and slows it down.
High right. Makeable putt there for Isaac.
Now Lozada on 16.
One of these must-get birdies. Oh, and an unfortunate roll. This is some of those greens I was talking about, Terry, how they're mounded. There's always a slope on one side or the other.
Heimberg goes deep of the basket. He'll be putting back at it. It's inside the circle, though.
If anything here on 15, you want to just be slightly short. Take that uphill birdie putt.
Not the worst of kicks, but he could have done without it, I think.
Yeah, he knows he left it a little bit too wide. He wants that disc to be coming in about 10, 15 feet shorter, checking up just in front of the pin.
Castro trying to go big to close out on 18.
Check the flag from the spotter. And that's a red flag for Nico LaCastro. Huge mistake. Especially if he went short, because then the next shot, horrible footing. We'll find out in a moment for Nico LaCastro. You have a 13, a 12, and then a bunch of 10s.
Yeah, and one stroke difference for LaCastro could mean the difference of the lead card or possibly the third or fourth card.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's a lot of guys at 10 and 9.
The jumper for Burr is going to put him next to the pin, and that'll be a tap-in par.
Now 3 circle 1 putts upcoming. Looks like Ricky's going to go first. This is for 9 birdies in a row for Ricky.
Automatic. Wysocki. 9 in a row.
Yeah, Ricky did a great job there, just popping that putt straight into the basket, not allowing the slope low left to carry his disc off left. On that angle, sometimes you'll see it miss on that low side. Now, similarly for Calvin, the low side is his right, but again, a backhand or right-handed putter drifting back into those changes. A much easier putt here for Calvin.
Low again for Heimberg. Now Robinson, birdie look. He almost gave up on it for a moment. I think he thought it was a little light, and it just barely gets over the edge. So Robinson, he's going to be in. He's at 7 under. Heimberg will remain at 6, and Burr will remain at 8. Simon, too strong off the top.
Okay, so able to take the relief in line with the pin after going out of bounds. This is now his 4th shot here on the par 5 18th. And it handled that pretty nicely.
Castro could escape with a par. Now Alden Harris. Low out of his hand.
Wow, everybody on the course right now, the one guy taking advantage is Ricky. The one guy that we were questioning at the beginning of the round has utilized that momentum, the positive energy. And he's now at 11 under par with several birdies still in play here. You got the birdie on 16, 17, and an eagle on 18. Ricky could get to 15 if he keeps it up. What a scorecard for Ricky. Perfect putting inside circle 1.
0 connections from circle 2.
I mean, he's only had the one opportunity, and that was actually back on 3. Remember when he chipped left? Missed that circle 2 putt. Everything else has been inside circle 1. So tee to green for Ricky has been perfect.
Harris right next to the pin. James Proctor trying to close out with a birdie. This could get him to 9 under. And Proctor ends with a turkey. In fact, birdie is 5 out of his last 6 and 8 of his last 10. So very slow front 9 for Proctor, but very solid back.
402 feet here for Ricky. Ideal to check it just about 15 feet right of the pin. Utilize the slope of the mound to slow him down. Anything that lands at the pin usually finishes far left. Oh, wow. Pretty basket carry.
Pars are overrated at this point.
So just do that.
Yeah.
But seriously, if you land at the pin or cleanly, you're going to go about 20, 30 left. We saw it from Simon on the previous group.
And the tree keeps him outside of the circle.
Isaac has just gotten so unlucky today. I really do feel for Isaac. It has not been that bad of a day.
He sits at 7 under. Here's Heimberg trying to get to 7. Trying to steer clear. Comes in, just as you said. That needs to stop, though. And then eventually he'll check up.
Yeah, I think about 10 to 12 feet shorter for Calvin, and it's just going to check even a little bit more, slow him up at the pin, but he'll still have that 20-footer coming back.
Yeah, come in short and skip to the basket. This looks wider for Burr. And the right side ultimately finds the edge and then gets up and rolls away. So
that was a really nice view from our drone cam, because you can see, actually, if you come in short of the tree that Ricky's going to go through, that's about perfect.
That's a way to stick it for Wysocki.
Directly back into the sunlight. Ricky knows he's got a birdie in hand.
It's going to be his 10th birdie in a row.
Something about birdies that give you energy.
LaVisca. No problems. Piping it right up the middle. He'll be right next to the basket. Simon caught up short on this left side. Just sliding down the right side of the chains, but not falling in. And we want to provide a little update in favor of James Proctor. That putt we saw a few moments ago was him converting for eagle, not birdie. So James Proctor moves to 10 under.
That's a big difference, honestly, from 9 to 10. With how many players are at 10, it's going to move him in just that, one stroke closer to the lead. Heading into moving day tomorrow. Saw the missed putt from Robinson. Now a chance for Gannon Burr to get to 9 under. Solid uphill putt there for Gannon. Yes. I'm at the point, sorry, Terry, I'm at the point with Calvin, this putt coming up with Calvin, this is a must make. He's only 6 down. I mean, I think Calvin needs birdie, birdie, eagle to stay in this tournament. I know that seems a little hyperbolic probably for a lot of the fans at home, but remember, the lead's at 13. Calvin's only at 6.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to make up, is what I would say here. You know that everyone's going to be aggressive. We're going to see very low scores each of the next 2 days, assuming the winds, stay down. There's so many birdie opportunities and not a lot of places to find trouble. So if you bury yourself back on day 1, that hole is that much deeper and bigger to climb out of for the rest of the weekend. You don't just go out and make up 3 or 4 in a hole or 2 usually out here. And Wysocki will dunk it in. Heimberg was in for the birdie. That pushes him to 7. Robinson remains at 7. Gannon Burr at 9, and let's take a look at Wysocki, who's gotten to 12 under with 14 birdies today.
Well, we know how much of an energy player that Ricky is. He really feeds off of the energy that he creates for himself through the momentum Early on, we were worried about him on 3, took a bogey there, but he bounced right back with beautiful birdies on 4 and 5, got into some trouble on 6, and ever since hole number 6, Terry, Ricky Wysocki has put it inside circle 1 and made the putt on every single occasion.
So I'm going to go deep there a moment ago, but then he converts on the putt.
And look at their putts of 27 feet, 16 feet, another 27-footer, but then you have 5 foot, 5 foot, you have 5 5-foot putts in that run as well.
And then just moments ago, the tee of 16, reading this one perfectly. $14 birdies for Wysocki.
Still not in the lead. Remember, Conrad played bogey-free, and he finished with an eagle on 18. Let's see if Ricky can keep it going here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Millimeters, Terry, from hitting the tree. Catches a little foliage. A chance for birdie.
Also interesting to see him go with the backhand there as opposed to a flick forehand, something that he usually seems more comfortable with on this short range.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Calvin, nice.
Calvin follows suit. Calvin trying to get to 8 under. Not much effort required for Burr. However, he just barely sneaks inside the circle.
50% of the field have birdied here. It's just 243.
Wow, still playing as the 11th most difficult.
I think that shows you how easy some of the other holes have been, honestly.
We'll take another look at this. Ricky Wysocki. Oh, and that is a close shave for Wysocki. Just trimming up just a few of the hairs there. That brought to us by our friends over at Barbasol. Put it on your face.
An eagle on 18 would bring Simon up to 9 under par.
Oh, you love the tee shot so far.
Today, Lizotte 78% from circle 1. Has made 0 circle 2 putts.
Yeah, that will not win you this tournament.
No, the Preserve, you must make putts. You must put it in circle 1. Oh, and speaking of made putts, that's a miss on the right side for Burr.
Let's go, points!
Another one for Wysocki.
So
15 birdies.
This is officially blackout mode, right, for Ricky? That's the terminology he used last season. Finally seeing the Ricky Wysocki we're so used to watching play.
That birdie brings Wysocki to 13 under to tie with James Conrad for the lead. Wysocki could have a 1 or 2 stroke lead when he completes this on 18. First, Gannon Burr trying to save par. Burr steps it off again.
I'm thinking the deer in the headlights Luke Taylor's going to be tomorrow. Playing with Ricky, Conrad, and potentially Girthy, maybe even Burr, depending on what he does on the final hole. I mean, oh no. Oh no, Terry.
Wow, you saw him step it off multiple times. He backed away, and then he comes up short. Heimberg, wow, moves in, and that'll push him to 8 under.
no way.
Just a disaster for Burr on 17.
And after all that, Gannon and Calvin are tied.
Jake Mon, the only player since 2021 to finish under par without a par at a DGPT or a major event, and he did that at the 2022 Green Mountain Championship.
Rick, Calvin, Isaac, Gannon.
I would go ahead and just write now 2 players because
he's at least taking birdie at this rate, right?
I mean with how well he's played, and let's just give you the numbers on 18. It's played as the second easiest hole. 54% of the field have taken birdie or better. 17% of the total is eagles. If Ricky puts a big one off the tee inbounds, there's almost no doubt he takes birdie. Historically, this hole has been the easiest finishing hole on tour over the last several seasons. The only mistake Ricky can make is leaving it too far right, finding the water, or even the tall grass. Last year, Ricky was making a final push in the final round. Remember that, Terry? Tall grass on the right, ends up leaving it short, goes OB, and that was the end of his championship run.
Lazat with his second on 18.
Oh, yeah. That looked great. Green flag for Simon.
Wysocki and Conrad currently tied for first at 13 under. Luke at 12, Luke Taylor that is. And then a slew of guys at 10 under, just cresting that double-digit mark. And maybe one last time for the day before he's got other things. We can hear more tonight on the analysis on Tournament Central, but before he heads off to that, Brian Earhart out on the ground. Brian, any parting shots for us on day one at the Preserve Championship?
I mean, Ricky Wysocki shooting a hot round today. James Conrad shooting a hot round today. These are guys that when they're on fire and they have the momentum, it's so entertaining to watch. I can't wait for tomorrow. And yeah, just a great day out here at the Preserve. We watched a lot of great golf today.
Well, we appreciate you hustling around, Brian. And one last time, happy birthday. Thanks for everything you're doing for us on the network and for our event this weekend. We appreciate you, buddy.
And don't forget to stop off and get that ice cream.
Yes.
It's on Terry's tab.
It is.
I heard it earlier today.
You did. Stop at the ice cream truck. Tell him to build the disc golf guy. I'm good for it.
Awesome. So Alden's, well, he's throwing his, so he's gone OB twice here, Terry.
And Alden will finish just to the left of the pin. Just think of the start he had, Nate. He was 8 under through 9, and I think he's going to finish worse than 8 under. Could be as few as 5 or 6.
Yeah, because that was his 5th throw. So means that putt's going to be for bogey, so 7 under at best. So super frustrating day for Alden Harris. Very unfortunate. But just goes to show you the pressure that is put on by the greats, the guys that are at the top that can take advantage of all these birdie opportunities. Great view from above. What a shot from Ricky. This is nearly This is where Alden Harris just threw his fifth from.
That is smashed by Wysocki.
Seriously, Harris was maybe 40 feet ahead of where Ricky was throwing his fifth. And Ricky's going to be throwing his second. What a smash from Ricky. That's putting an exclamation point on an incredible day of disc golf. Should find that bunker sand. Nope, just short of it. Calvin will have a great angle to throw a spike hyzer at the basket from that side of the fairway. An eagle for Robinson would keep him in it to win it. With Ricky's potential of putting this lead to 15 under, you got to really just go back to the 10 downs. You know, to be within 5 shots with 36 holes to play on this course.
Oh, and that's going to clear as well. This will be short of Wysocki's, but certainly an incredible drive there by Gannon Burr.
On a 942-foot par 5, Ricky is going to have what we would consider a chip. I mean, a spike hyzer for Ricky with an overstable fairway is probably all he has left. I mean, that was an incredible tee shot.
I can't think of many that I've seen go longer than that off the tee, if any, throughout the last 4 years.
I mean, I can only remember an Eagle McMahon shot and a Simon Lizotte shot that I saw that far out there. I mean, it's kind of the definition of what we talked about, momentum for Ricky. He really just has ran all the way to the finish.
Oh, and LaVisca is going to finish with a bogey, a 5-under effort for Cale. He's going to go back to playing host for the rest of the night. And Lizotte doesn't convert. That was an eagle bid. Cale's 5-under puts him in a tie for 62nd, where I also see the likes of Chris Clemens, Jeremy Coling, and a handful of others.
So just short of this golf bunker, the sand is where Calvin landed. Like I said, he's going to have that big spike hyzer angle.
Those vitamins, you know?
Yeah, man. Just try them. Gives you extra 50 feet.
Send me a list of what they are.
Can't do that. Proprietary. All the supplement companies says proprietary blend. You're going to need it.
I mean, if we were calling for birthday aces earlier, I mean, could we just call for an albatross? I mean, is that all we need? I mean, Wysocki doesn't seem crazy at this point. It's obviously well within range to put it in.
There's no question.
That'll be short, so probably a blind look up and over the hill for Robinson. Worst case scenario, he gets out of here with a birdie. That means he would shoot 9 under.
And with all the things that happened to him today, he could have easily been 12.
Burr sits at 8 under. Plenty wide. How much will it fight back? I like the angle, and Burr's going to be inside the circle. That would be an eagle bid for Burr, which would get him to 10 under.
Just kind of feels for a lot of the players today, including Calvin, Gannon, Isaac, Alden, Simon, a day of what could have been. And each one of them did it in such different ways. You know, it was Simon with the putting. It was just Isaac with just misfortune. Calvin with the, you know,
the low putts.
Yeah,
mainly.
and tee to green, not putting himself inside circle one. Can he finish finally with a circle one hit? Yes, he can. What a shot from Calvin. That's going to be the eagle he needed, and exactly what I called for. Back on the tee of 15, Calvin has gone birdie, birdie, and now what will most likely be an eagle to get himself to 10 under.
Certainly salvaging his day in the last 5 holes.
No question. If anything, Ricky must go long. It's just 375. 20 feet long would be just fine. And he's about 27 feet right. With the way Ricky's been putting, I mean, you could probably give that an 80-20 or 90-10.
Yeah, at least a 90% chance of him putting that in. Either way, again, it won't be a par, which means not only is he going to be your outright leader, but he's also going to push aside for a moment Jake Mon, who is the only player since 2021 to finish under par without a par carded at a DGPT or major event during a given round, and that was at the 2022 Green Mountain Championship.
I like how we have to write with under par.
Well, yeah,
there's probably been several rounds over par with no par.
There certainly has. Unfortunately, we won't name those names.
No,
but Jake Mon.
They know who they are.
Exactly. Jake is about to share that honor with Wysocki in a moment. Allergic to pars.
And I know that a lot of people are going to talk about how the course is and so many 10 unders, the 13, Ricky potentially 15 under with 2 bogeys. It's still a very challenging course. You still have to execute those shots. And, you know, Ricky's done beautiful at that, you know. And we've seen we just talked about the struggles of all these other players. Ricky now on the precipice of a great round. Historical in a lot of ways. For Eagle, Ricky Wysocki to finish 15 under, 2-shot lead ahead of James Conrad.
And the Raptor legs come out for Wysocki after right side corner pocket. It wasn't his most solid putt of the day, but it doesn't matter because it's in the bottom of the basket. A par-free 15 under for Ricky Wysocki and 2 strokes clear of the next closest competitor in James Conrad. And Gannon Burr, it slides out on the left side.
Unreal. Today has been unreal with some of the putts we've seen bounce out and miss.
Heimberg in for Eagle.
Is this, and I cannot wait to hear from Ricky after the round, is this the round that jump-starts Ricky's season, that gets him out of that funk, out of that not getting his legs under him? Can this energy propel Ricky into what we're about to hit, the heat of the season, the European Open, the Pro Tour playoffs, the World Championships, of course? What a round.
We'll take another look. Wysocki again, right side, just barely getting it to dump in. But it doesn't matter how it looks as long as it gets in there. Wysocki closing out with the eagle. Pushes to 15 under. And one last time.
Yeah!
The mini Raptor legs to run it in.
Thank you. Kick on those 4 boxes and then hit finalize. Yep.
What did we just see? Ricky Wysocki, a 15 under with 2 bogeys, and then the eagle to close it out.
Yeah, I think what we saw is a great player finally getting his legs under him and starting to feel the momentum. And I just talked about it momentarily. It's Ricky Wysocki obviously missed a big part of the early part of the season, and when you don't play that much, it's hard to get those legs back onto you. I think today, with the positive feeling that Ricky's going to walk away from today with, it certainly could get his motor back running. He still has a lot to go through with the recovery. We know the wrist is not 100%. We know the energy level is not up to Ricky's normal standard. But today was a great day for Ricky, a one that he'll remember for a long time, and one that we'll all remember too, because a bogey, a par free, whatever free, 15 down is incredible, and what a day for Ricky.
Yeah, it is exciting to see Ricky Wysocki. Like you said, this might be a catalyst of sorts. Still has a lot of golf to play throughout the weekend. We're going to break all of that down, what else we saw, along with the OTB shot of the day. All of that and Ricky Wysocki. We'll hear from him on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Check out the whole lineup at ClashDisc.com.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your Disc Golf Warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
One of my favorite memories growing up was a trip I took with my dad to Hawaii. We just got done with a round of disc golf and decided to listen to the Grateful Dead. Without saying anything, we both knew we needed to dance, and that's exactly what we did. Sometimes you just need to stop and enjoy the music.
Yeah, sure.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
Introducing the F9, Prodigy's most understable fairway driver. The F9 is designed for beginners and lower arm speeds to get maximum distance, full flex flights, and effortless hyzer flips. A narrow rim makes it easy to grip for smaller hands. The F9, coming soon to ProdigyDisc.com.
Our two-time world champion, Ricky Wysocki, opening up the Preserve Championship today in fashion.
Number 1 in strokes gained tee to green. Number 1 in circle 1 in regulation. Today, of the 16 holes that Ricky Wysocki either birdied or eagled, he was inside circle 1. Perfect from circle 1 today. And he did have 2 blemishes. He had the bogey on 6, and he had the bogey on 3. But other than that, it was nearly perfect for Ricky.
Just off and running, and it felt like everything was going his way, including that stretch of birdies that he puts together, and then he caps it off with the eagle to finish. But just look after look after look, and then converting. And to think, Nate, we talked about his wrist in the first hole or two, and it didn't prove to be any kind of problem to him. Or if he did, he was able to just separate himself from it and then work through it.
I mean, it started at the press conference where he said he didn't have his legs under him. He looked a little, dejected. But this right here is the Ricky Wysocki we're used to seeing. The raptor legs, the eagle finish, the energy from Ricky.
Certainly not a scorecard you would see duplicated all too often. A unique one for Wysocki out there today. Ricky Wysocki is your leader. He's at 15 under. That's 2 clear of James Conrad. We caught up with him right after his round. Here's what he had to say.
Joined here by the leader in the clubhouse, Ricky Wysocki. Ricky, 15 under par, no pars. Was this blackout mode?
Yeah, I feel like, for me, it's like when you get a bogey early on in the round, it looking back, it sucks at the time, but it kind of motivated me to get better and throw better shots throughout the rest of the round. So I think that you always hear people saying, oh, I started off with a bogey and I had my best round ever. And so I kind of think that that's what I did. Started off with 2 really stupid bogeys on the front 9, and then just I knew I had to get hot to get myself in position where I want to be.
Well, the disc was popping out of your hand like really fast, and the putts are obviously popping out of your hand too. You mentioned your distance in the press conference this week. Did it feel like it was coming out of your hand as hot as I saw?
Yeah, I'm throwing the disc really well. It's actually crazy. My wrist is actually not feeling great at all. And it's a couple of those shots the drives where I got bogeys, my body was compensating. My brain and my wrist aren't on the same page because I just got tons of inflammation. But I just felt like I had it under control enough to where I could throw the shots, and I didn't throw anything out of my control. And I think that the little wrist inflammation allowed me just to play within my game, and that's all I need to do if I want to win.
And then tomorrow,
where do you feel like you can clean up strokes? And I heard from Aaron Gossage, 18 under par is not out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, I played really well. I mean, you know, if I have a chance to shoot another great round, I'm going to obviously take full advantage of it. But I heard Gannon, it's all about closing rounds, and I think out here that's super important with the par 5 to finish. And I think that's for me, that's going to be something that's in my head. I think if I finish out, shoot 11, 12, 13 under, a couple rounds, to finish, I like my chances. So yeah, I just I feel like I'm in control of my game, and I feel like I'm in control of my emotions, and that's where I feel like I play my best.
Fantastic, Ricky. Great round today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to hear from other competitors, including someone you'll see on the lead card tomorrow, Luke Taylor, he is going to be within Tournament Central. Dustin Moray, along with Brian Earhart, will be breaking down what they saw today, recapping this pretty historic and crazy day. And when I say historic, I'm going to add on to it. Ricky Wysocki had the hot round of the tournament for the 121st time in an Elite Series or major event today, thanks to Statmando. That wasn't my math, that was theirs. But he had the hottest round for the 121st time. Ricky off to the races. I have to reflect a little. Is there any concern? He's talking about his wrist not feeling the greatest. What if he wakes up and that wrist is worse tomorrow? What's the... where does he draw the line as to what he can play with or not?
It's 100% a concern. I mean, and that's what I said. Today, the momentum is what made the wrist not hurt. The good vibes, all those birdies, that you can put that aside. Your brain sort of says, okay, that's not a problem. But it's going to be a problem when he wakes up, when he wakes up tomorrow morning. But the thing about Ricky is that he has gone through this. He knows the recovery. He knows what to go through, whether it's ice plunging or getting ice on that area. Whatever he has to do, Ricky's going to do it. He's been going through this all season. He just has to continue that same program. Just get himself back out to the course tomorrow and see how the first 9 holes go, and then you decide from there. Ricky is not at the point of his career where he's going to put it in jeopardy for one tournament. It's just not that important. So he's going to make the best decision for him, I would expect.
Well, and when we saw the card that was going to be our final feature card of the day, I said I was expecting a 36 under to come off of the card. If I do my math right, now, of course, we had the lopsided Ricky Wysocki card, but they still shot 43 under as a card. So when you see that 10 under mark, which is a pretty common hot spot to be, 10 under, 11 under, somewhere in that neighborhood, the fact that our card shot 43 under, just shy of 11 under on average per person, driving each other, pushing each other, battling through some of it, some ups and downs, and then Wysocki with that 15 under. Incredible to see.
Well, and what today shows us, and we didn't see any of Conrad's round, but of course we have the stats from it. It shows us how important tee to green is here at the Preserve, and it always has been. We call this a shot maker's paradise. It's one of those places where you got to throw turnovers. You got to throw hyzers, maybe a roller or two. A sidearm was critical on holes like 15. We saw those great sidearm tee shots. It's the tee to green. That is what is going to put you in position. If you can make putts, I mean, just think, Simon was great tee to green today. He couldn't make the circle one putts. Then you got to go on to make the circle one putts. We don't see big C2 stats out here at the Preserve because the greens are very difficult. A lot of slope, but if you can get inside circle one, you can make those birdies. That's what it's going to take from Conrad, Girthy, Proctor, Heimberg. I mean, and you got to hand it to Heimberg to get back to 10 under. Right, to put himself at the edge. He won't be on the lead card, probably on Chase, maybe even the third card, depending on how it all lays out. But still, tee to green, you can still win this tournament because tomorrow a 15 can happen. Tomorrow a 16 can happen. And you're not out of it until you're out of it as your tee to green game is on point.
Yeah, and as you just said, Circle 2 doesn't matter as much. You need to capitalize from inside Circle 1. Just to add on to that, Ricky Wysocki made 0 putts from Circle 2 today and still shot 15 under. He didn't have any looks, but everything inside Circle 1 he converted on. Nate, I got to ask, it's that time of day, and I'm thinking ice cream truck. I'm going to go buy us right away. I'm already thinking the ice cream truck for shot of the day, but if you had to guess, what do you think is our OTB shot of the day?
Oh, man, it's tough. I mean, I want to just make it the final putt for Ricky. I mean, it was one of those historic days. we talked about, but there was a lot of great shots, a lot of baskets. I mean, what about the basket hit for Calvin Heimberg on, I believe it was hole 9.
Hole 9.
So I'm going to go with one of those two.
I like that, and I like the shot on hole number 16 by Wysocki.
Yeah,
those are all good ones. Let's see what they picked for our OTB shot of the day, brought to us by OTB Discs. And, well, it looks like it's been called. The putt, of course, inside circle 1. Ricky Wysocki closing it out. He talked about the importance of that. Gannon Burr also knows the importance of it as he takes the eagle on the final hole to push 2 past our previous leader in James Conrad. Ricky Wysocki, 15 under for the day. Awesome to see. And for the day, we're going to close it out. We had Brian Earhart out on the ground celebrating his 32nd birthday. Thank you for all the efforts, Brian. Make sure you guys tune into him and Dustin with Tournament Central. For Nate Doss, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Coverage starts at 9:30 a.m. Central tomorrow. We'll see you on the Disc Golf Network. Have a great night.
Hello, folks, and welcome back here to Tournament Central as we wrap up things for our opening day here for the 2023 Preserve Championship, powered by Prodigy, out in Clearwater, Minnesota, at the Kale Visca designed Airborn Disc Golf Preserve. My name is Dustin Murray, and joining me is once again Brian Earhart. And of course, we have got to kick off our discussion of today with the incredible story that was Ricky Wysocki's round. Had kind of a bumpy start, but then hits 11 birdies in a row, holes 7 through 17, ends the round with an eagle, and shoots a 15 down with no pars carded. I mean, Brian, you were following the card. What was the environment like, and what was it like to witness such a crazy round?
Well, I have to say, when I was watching, well, I guess, in the conversation at the press conference with Ricky, he seemed worried. The way he was speaking, the way his body language looked, he looked worried about his wrist. And I did not have full confidence that he was going to come out firing like he was today. But like he's mentioned in the past, he's a momentum player. And when you have such a nose-down kind of bomb putt like Ricky, they come out like rockets when you catch some momentum, catch some adrenaline, you let that adrenaline flow through you in a positive way. These putts were firing out of his hand, and you can tell when he's locked into that zone really by the quality of the way his putts look. Gannon Burr, I think, is actually a very similar example, but there was a part midway through the round where I realized, wow, this is about to be something special. This reminded me of Ricky Wysocki last year at the DDO, and it looked like he couldn't make a single mistake. And yeah, I mean, 11 birdies in a row, and then you get the eagle on 18 to shoot a 15 under par. That's not too shabby when you really were worried about your injury early on in the week.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him favoring his wrist on footage throughout the course of the round, so it's certainly something that was definitely affecting him physically, but certainly not affecting his scoring, as he had 16 holes where he carded a birdie or better. Without those 2 bogeys, the man had a chance to shoot a perfect round. I imagine this is probably the new course record with the new design changes and things of that nature, of course. Just to hit you with a couple of more crazy stats, Brian, he hit the fairway 91% of the time today, and he was 89% at hitting Circle 1 in regulation, 100% from C1X, of course. I'm sure that's no surprise considering what we were seeing from him throughout the day. And again, considering how bumpy the round started, considering that, you know, he's been dealing with health complications throughout the year that sidelined him even for a few events, and to see him come out and just that run from 7 through 18 was just phenomenal. To take a lead from a score that James Conrad put up, that was remarkable. I mean, he shot 13 under very early on today, so to see Ricky skip him by 2 strokes and go up to 15 under par, I mean, that is just, it's actually bonkers. His drive on 18 was maybe one of the furthest we've seen on that hole ever.
That's the X factor that only a handful of people on the Disc Golf Pro Tour truly have. The ability to work through any adversity and to almost dissociate from all the chaos going on in your life, physically, mentally, and channel that flow state regardless and kind of will your way to victory. And again, Ricky is one of few that I've witnessed that can actually tap into that pretty routinely. He calls it blackout mode in kind of a joking fashion, but he certainly tapped into that today. And I think a lot of disc golf fans were super excited to watch him shoot that. It was spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of it was discussion about the bucket hat boost last year, but apparently he has found something else today that has been able to fuel him into an incredible round and into the lead, and, of course, on our lead card for Moving Day tomorrow. Of course, we're going to get to hear from a couple of more of our members of the lead card for Moving Day, as well as Calvin Heimberg, after a short break.
Introducing the F9, Prodigy's most understable fairway driver. The F9 is designed for beginners and lower arm speeds to get maximum distance, full flex flights, and effortless hyzer flips. A narrow rim makes it easy to grip for smaller hands. The F9, coming soon to ProdigyDisc.com.
You want to play through?
It's parked.
Okay, we are joined in the booth by Garrett Gerthy after the first round of the Preserve Championship. Garrett, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good now that the round's over. I got to button up the last hole with an eagle to close it out for 10 under, so it's been a while since I put myself in these shoes to give it a chance, and James Conrad with an impressive 13 under today. I think that's rocking it pretty hard, so 10 under, I'll take it in the conditions we were in today. And I was able to score finally and make some solid putts today.
What do you think? Was it the putting that helped you score the most, or were you feeling good about navigating these fairways?
I feel like my navigation was pretty well today. I kept all the shots in bounds. On the par 5, I had an eagle opportunity. I chose to just lay up and keep plucking away on the birdies, and one thing led to another. I was just keeping them all solid and giving myself a chance at an opportunity, and I took advantage of that today.
What do you think is going to be the key to secure a spot on that lead or chase card going into Sunday?
Going into Sunday, tomorrow I'm going to have to make all my putts, and I feel good about my putts. I've given myself some rest this week, and honestly, I only played 9 holes in practice because I have a blister on my foot right now. That's prevented me from a lot of practice, but I'm at a point right now I'm pushing through it and preventing what could happen next and padding it up pretty good. So the padding did really well today. My foot was no bother. I was a little over from the distance competition, but did a little tiger bomb and I was back on my way today.
Nice. Garrett Gerthy's got all the remedies. Garrett, we wish you the best of luck moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks, AJ, for being here. Appreciate you.
All right, it was great hearing from Garrett Gerthy, who is one of 10 players tied for 4th at 10 under par, but he will be one of the lucky of those to make it onto the final slot for our league card on moving day. Of course, one of the other players we need to talk about who's also in that mix of 10 under pars is, of course, Calvin Heimberg, who was on the league card, or future card, I guess you could say, with you. Currently, really considered the #1 player in the world right now, and it says that in the UDIS World Rankings as well as the DGP point standings. Started the round off with a turkey, finishes with one sort of, since 18 was an eagle, so I'm not sure what you want to call that one. Definitely had some missed opportunities out there, Brian, but still put up a very solid score and is definitely going to be still very much in the mix for this tournament.
Well, that's why Calvin is the best player in the world right now, is he shot a bad round to his standards, and he shot a 10 under par clean. No big numbers. I think that's a big common theme for Calvin. I think one of the interesting things that I saw was on the par 5. He tried going for the big distance Anheuser. That might have been the first distance Anheuser I've seen him throw ever, and it was a mistake. And you don't see him spray the disc, so to speak, too often. So that's why he is where he is. And if he just makes a few more putts and throws a few shots a little bit closer to circle 1, he's right up there with Ricky Wysocki, and I think he very well could do that tomorrow. Calvin's one of those players where if he shoots a round that's under his standards or his expectations, he comes out firing the next day. He takes it personally, and we should not count him out for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, of course, Calvin has already won a couple of Elite Series events this year at Las Vegas and Jonesboro, as well as a silver event at Texas State, and he has placed in the top 10 or better in 12 of the 13 events he's attended this year, and he's on pace to continue to do so. Still very much in contention, as you said. We did get to catch up with Calvin Heimberg after the round, so let's pass it over and see what he had to say.
Joining us in the clubhouse, tied for 4th place, Calvin Heimberg, 10 under par clean at that. I had asked the same question to Gannon earlier. It kind of felt like the twilight zone out there for your card in some parts of the day. Did you feel similarly?
Yeah, I didn't really get any bad breaks, but there were plenty of pretty bad breaks, suffered from, I guess, mainly Isaac, I feel like, probably took the brunt of it. Gannon had at least 1, maybe 2, but yeah, some weird breaks. Rick shot amazing, and yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel like I threw great. Left myself with a lot of putts, kind of in that 40 to 45 range, and just wasn't making enough of them. So, yeah, definitely need to clean up throwing the disc, but yeah, it was definitely kind of a strange round to watch.
When you see spit outs like that, there are multiple really nasty spit outs. Does that ever get in your head when you step up to a putt?
Not really. I don't know. It doesn't really change how I'm approaching my putt. It's unfortunate that they happen to people, but it's not something that you really can dwell on because, you're aiming for the middle of the basket, and, if you hit that, and that's just how it is,
You said you need to clean up your driving. Is that something that you'll go throw in the driving range after the round, or are you just going to try to rein in the focus tomorrow?
No, I don't think there's really anything to go do on the driving range. Just need to buckle down a little and, focus a little more and put some shots a little closer so I give myself some easier opportunities for birdie.
Fantastic. Good luck tomorrow, Calvin.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, take a look at that leaderboard. You can see that pile up in that 4th position at 10 under par. Nearly in that mix was Gannon Burr, who shot 9 under par, had a kind of a nasty spit out there on 18 that led him to a 9 under par instead of a 10 under par, where he nearly grabbed the eagle. Had another kind of crazy mishap on 17 the hole prior. So very nearly put together a round that could have put him in, one of those top 5 positions, but just missed out. We got to hear from him as well after the round was over.
Joined here in the clubhouse by Gannon Burr. Gannon, 9 under par in the day, and I followed your card all day, and one of the words that sticks out to me was bizarre. Can you talk about the round as a whole for maybe you and the whole card?
Yeah, so obviously we got Ricky shooting 15 down, which is insane. It kind of just happened out of nowhere. I think with no pars is just amazing. So fun to watch him come back after he'd battled an injury for a while. And kind of start off the round with Isaac, just getting a couple really rough spit outs that should never happen. It's an issue that needs to be fixed for sure. And I had a very similar one on 18, cut right through from 15 feet. Should never happen. So. It's rough. I had another throw lean against the wood that, once again, we should have string lines and not painted lines because the OB shouldn't be, 2 inches wide. So, But my game feels good, so there's nothing too much to be mad about. Obviously, the score doesn't really reflect how I felt like I played today. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully, put a hot round up, and it's gonna be tough to catch Ricky, but I'll give it my all for sure.
So would you say that you are decently satisfied with how you threw the disc today?
Yeah, I'm really happy. It felt like I played like a 12 or 13 under today, and just the results didn't really show.
I mean, 9 under par, you're still 6 off the lead. I mean, a pretty phenomenal round by Ricky. Tomorrow, anything that you wish you could have had back and done differently today?
Yeah, just maybe a little hotter of a start, maybe like 6 or 7 down through 9. Obviously, I'm happy with that, but just I need to close out a round, and it felt like I didn't do anything bad, really. Like, I didn't have any bad throws. I just had, like, the putt on 17 was only a couple inches off, and it got a terrible reaction. Wind started to pick up, got in my head, and I doinked in the cage by a millimeter. Just like stupid stuff like that kind of just sometimes feels out of your control, and it's just crazy how little this distance or inch or millimeter can cost you so many strokes in one day. And maybe the dice will roll my way tomorrow.
Well, it's a good attitude to have,
Yep.
Gannon. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Of course, there was Gannon Buhr, who's fresh off of a win at the Des Moines Challenge, his 3rd win on tour this year with a couple of podium finishes to boot. Definitely been one of the more consistent players on tour this year. And again, it seemed like he was just a couple of bad breaks away from perhaps finding himself on the lead card tomorrow. Obviously, you got to follow along today. Kind of what did you take away from Gannon Buhr's performance?
He has just been continuing to show me that he has that champion's mindset, that resilience, that someone way older and more experienced than him would have. I think him addressing what happened to him on the par 5 with the painted line on the inside of the railroad ties, he was on the playing surface, and he was vertical on the painted line, and because he wasn't overhanging, he was he was out of bounds. So it's just unbelievable. I think the fact that he was able to say the rule just should be rope instead of painted line, and that's it. I'm just going to accept what I can't control and move forward with that. And I love that he's able to stay resilient and just look at it objectively and move forward and not really let it affect him later on. So I'm just pretty proud of him, and it's exciting to watch him progress as a player mentally and physically.
Clearly, he had the confidence. I mean, he said himself in the interview that he felt like he performed at around a 12 under par performance, and I tend to agree. You take a couple of those spit outs on hole 17, the OB you just mentioned, and also kind of a nasty eagle putt bid on 18 that nearly landed. He very well could have been up there in that tie for 4th at 10 under par, maybe even better and on the lead card for sure. So definitely he's going to be one that we're going to keep an eye out throughout the rest of the weekend, as he has been, again, such a great performer throughout this season. Now, we've had a lot of talk about MPO, but we are going to kind of fall back after the break and talk about the amazing round that Katrina Allen had as she leads the FPO field heading into moving day.
What's up, everybody? My name's Kevin Jones, and the brand new disc to my lineup is the Feedback. The Feedback is a stable fairway driver, so it's going to be pretty straight out of your hand and then has a nice dependent finish to the left at the end. One of the great things about the Feedback is that it's for all skill levels. I'm really excited about this new disc in my lineup. Go check it out at prodigydisc.com.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
And, of course, we had FPO taking place earlier this morning, and our player leading the field after the day was done was none other than Katrina Allen, shooting a new course record at 10 under par. This is what she had to say after her performance.
I'm in shock. I not like in a bad way, but just I felt like the course was just given some birdies, and so I really thought, you know, we have a lot of heavy hitters here that I'd maybe be in the hunt or like, you know, tied for the lead. So yeah, really stoked to be where I'm at. I've actually had lots of putting rounds like this. I just haven't been throwing the disc as well as like today, so you guys just probably haven't seen them. But I finally found a way to throw well enough to give myself those opportunities for birdie as opposed to like making those putts for par.
Yeah, again, Katrina took a break, actually, for DMC, but was placing within the top 10 in the last 3 tournaments she attended prior to coming to the Preserve, and now she sits in the lead. Of course, she opened the season with a win at the Las Vegas Challenge and had some podium finishes at the Open at Austin and Champions Cup, and is now well on pace to perhaps grab herself another podium finish or perhaps another title, as we got to see earlier today. Just any thoughts from you, Brian, on Katrina's performance today and just how things sit in the FPO field?
Well, I think she's one of the few players that I can think of that has successfully overcome a period of the yips. And I know a few seasons ago, you know, apparently she was experiencing that and had talked about it. And now she's on fire with her putter. And all the work that she's put in mentally, physically, all the time on the practice basket that she's spent has paid off. And I have to give her huge props for working through that and now becoming one of the best putters in the division. I mean, here she is, like, reinventing herself again and again, and it's no surprise that she shot a 10 under par today. She's a 2-time world champion, and her ceiling is higher than a lot of people in this field.
Yeah, I mean, 100% from C1X today and was 50% from Circle 2, including 3 Circle 2 putts in a row for birdie when she hit those 6 birdies in a row in the middle of the course. So you're spot on that the putting has really come around for Katrina Allen, and she is leading the field by 4 strokes, as the next behind her is Rebecca Cox and Kristen Tatar, tied for second place at 6 under par. And we have a couple of players kind of sitting in that 5 to 4 under par range, as you can see here on the leaderboard. So Katrina Allen certainly has created some separation, but there's certainly a few players still very much in the mix, and we'll have to see how things play out for them on moving day. That's going to kind of do it for our discussion about FPO. But after we take a short break, we're going to come back and hear from our last member of the MPO lead card for moving day, and that's going to be none other than a name that you might not know too much about, Luke Taylor.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Okay, we're joined in the booth by Luke Taylor after the first round of the Preserve Championship. Luke, 12 under par, super hot round. What are your first impressions? How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was really consistent play, some of the most consistent I've displayed on tour ever. So I'm just excited to be an opportunity to be here after a good round.
What do you feel like was clicking for you the strongest today? Was it the putt, the throw?
My throw, for sure. I was like, I could do no wrong on the back nine. It felt like, especially in the last 6 holes, I was just throwing the disc very well and giving myself opportunities to score.
I think you finished 6 under par on the last 5 holes with an eagle to finish the round. The rest of the competitors in the top 3 also eagled that final hole. Is that part of your game plan going into that last stretch?
Yeah, I can throw pretty far, I'd like to think. So I walk up to that hole and I'm like 942 feet. Let's just put this in a position where I can attack the pin in 2. And today it just worked. I was a little out of position, but threw a good enough shot to give myself a look at an eagle, and I made the putt. So,
is there anything that you're going to reflect upon for the rest of the day going into the second round? Any improvements that you need to make?
Just do some putting tonight. My putting struggled a little bit throughout the round. My putting stats weren't amazing, but I was throwing the disc so well, like I said, just giving myself opportunities to score on almost every hole. So just adjust that and get the drive inbounds on hole 1 tomorrow would be ideal. Yeah.
All right, well, that's Luke Taylor making his DGN debut. Luke, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I know Luke Taylor will probably not be a name that many of you recognize, but he was actually the 2021 Junior World Champion and turned pro shortly thereafter. Mostly kind of plays in the Michigan Midwest area. Haven't really seen him play the Disc Golf Pro Tour full time, but in 2022 he did finish 10th at the Music City Open and 11th at this very tournament, the Preserve Championship. So he does have, you know, some good vibes at this course. We saw him play 16th at the Music City Open earlier this year. So definitely not a complete stranger to the Pro Tour, but certainly a name that hasn't been around a whole heck of a lot, but certainly you're going to get to learn a whole lot more about him tomorrow, as he is going to be on our lead card after this 12-round performance where he was bogey-free, and then, of course, the eagle on 18. And that seemed to be kind of a common trend amongst those players who are near the top of the leaderboard. As we bring Brian Earhart back into the loop, man, it has been a fantastic day. Just kind of any final thoughts or any favorite moments of yours from our opening day here at the Preserve?
Well, for the MPO round, they stepped up to hole number 7. Terry threw it to me, asked me who I thought was going to ace the hole. I picked Calvin Heimberg, and of course he skips one off the basket, and all the crowd hears it. It's a pretty cool moment, and if it would have gone in, it would have just been ridiculous. I would have put the microphone down and just walked away. But yeah, fantastic weekend of golf. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on here, Brian, on Tournament Central with me. I know it is your birthday, so I'm going to bid you adieu so that you can enjoy that. Again, I am Dustin Murray. I've been your co-host here with Brian Earhart, and we'll see you back here in the morning once again at Tournament Central to bring you the FPO pre-show. But for now, we'll sign off. Have a good rest of your evening.